Chapter 11:27. Outside the sealed realm. The 6 factions looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Roar. A huge lightning dragon appeared out of thin air and charged into the sealed realm. Roar. 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 More and more lightning dragons descended from the sky and rushed into the sealed realm. This area had a diameter of 30 million miles. Thunder and lightning roared in from all directions. Within a radius of 15 million miles, it was as if countless bolts of lightning had filled the entire area, creating a massive scene. "What's going on inside?" Zhu Tianshu said with a pale face. "Is this a tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this?" The great Chu sacred king exclaimed. All the experts in the 4 directions were at a loss. They were shocked by this moment. The ancient deity tribulation? Only the ancient deity tribulation can be so exaggerated. Sun Wukong frowned. Everyone's face fell. Ancient deity? The 6 heroes of the Zhenlong Dominion were all ancient deities. Was there going to be a 7th hero? Yang Chuan is going to become an ancient deity? Everyone's face darkened. Even an ancient deity would be injured in the sea of lightning. The deities hesitated for a moment and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. Inside the sealed realm. Roar. As Hua Guangda roared, he used his physical body to collide with the final round of the heavenly tribulation, blocking it. Hua Guang was bathed in the tribulation fire. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists like a peerless demon god, feeling the changes in his body. Boom. Wang Jian broke the last tribulation lightning with a punch and also closed his eyes to feel it. Li Sai, Lu Buwei, and the others all closed their eyes and pondered. Everyone felt the changes in their bodies. At the same time, their faces gradually became ferocious, as if a fragment of their memories had suddenly appeared. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace in Xianyang, Guiguzi suddenly said respectfully, "Your Majesty, my colleagues, we are almost done with the heavenly tribulations. However, the memories of our first lives are still locked tightly. This is because everyone's divine soul is attached to Your Majesty's divine soul. Only when Your Majesty unlocks the reincarnation seal and releases the memories of your first life will Your Majesty recover. Only then can we recover our memories quickly." At the side, Meng Lingtian and the others were confused. Recover memories? What's going on? Yang Chuan lost his memory? Yang Chuan nodded. In the past 5,000 years, Yang Chuan led the heroes to the World Tree again. In his previous life, the officials chased after him because of a curse. He cursed himself to follow the Celestial Emperor forever. Each of them entrusted a strand of their divine souls to themselves. It was also the last part of the reincarnation seal. As long as Yang Chuan undid it himself, the ministers would be able to undo it. "Let's begin," Yang Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." Guiguzi nodded. Taking a step forward, Guiguzi suddenly released his aura. Rumble. Rolling tribulation clouds rushed toward Guiguzi. Guiguzi clenched his fist and shouted to the sky, "Guiguzi heaven-locking technique." He raised his right hand to the sky, and it was as if billions of golden lights were shooting out in all directions. In an instant, it was like a huge net that trapped all the heavenly tribulations. Swish. Guiguzi soared into the sky and went straight for the heavenly tribulations. "Everyone, get out of the way," Yang Chuan shouted to everyone in the Skyward Palace Square. Swish. Everyone flew away. Yang Chuan's aura suddenly released. Boom. A surge of vast power directly forced Meng Lingtian and the rest to retreat repeatedly. Yang Chuan's aura rushed toward all the tribulation clouds. It was as if he wanted to attract all the tribulations of more than 10 million people to himself. "Is he crazy?" Meng Lingtian exclaimed. "Was he courting death?" Rumble. Under the Guiguzi heaven-locking technique, some of the heavenly tribulations that had reached perfection and were about to retreat were all stopped in the air. Guiguzi's figure even soared into the sky and rushed into the sea of thunder, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Outside the sealed realm. Rumble. Thunder and lightning surged into the sealed realm like a torrent. Other than the 6 heroes, the experts from the Celestial Empire and the sacred grounds were all dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the torrent of thunder and lightning, This group of experts originally wanted to drink the soup. Drink the soup? Was he courting death? Just as everyone was staring, layers of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the torrent of thunder and lightning. In the dark clouds, there were a large number of thunder dragons, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The 7-colored thunder dragons roared and looked down. Ancient immortal tribulation, it's really the ancient immortal tribulation, the great Chu sacred king exclaimed. Is it really the ancient immortal tribulation? But it seems a little different. It's much bigger than the ancient immortal tribulation that we went through in the past. Zhu Tianshu frowned. But it's definitely not the ancestral immortal tribulation. The ancestral immortal tribulation will be supervised by the remaining heavenly Tao. There's no remaining heavenly Tao here, so it can only be the ancient immortal tribulation. But why is this ancient immortal tribulation so strange? The great Chu sacred king was at a loss. Just as everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, a black figure rushed out from the torrent of thunder and lightning. That is. Everyone's expression suddenly tensed up. It's Feng Yinyang, sacred king. I've collected portraits of the great Shen officials. That's Feng Yinyang. Someone shouted. Feng Yinyang rushed out of the immortal realm and went straight for the ancient immortal tribulation. Whoosh! Feng Yinyang instantly entered the tribulation cloud. Countless experts were at a loss. Is he courting death? That's the ancient immortal tribulation. A mortal dares to go in? Roar! Roar! The dragons roared. Feng Yinyang fought with the dragons internally. After about half a day, the dragons finally stopped targeting Feng Yinyang. He passed. The great Chu sacred king looked at the tribulation cloud in horror. Feng Yinyang passed. Ancient immortal? A mortal rushed out of the sealed realm and passed the ancient immortal tribulation. The group of heroes suddenly felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend. How could this be? Since when did mortals become so fierce? He passed, but it's not over yet. The tribulation cloud is still continuing. Is there someone else passing the ancient immortal tribulation? Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they reacted. Indeed, there was still the number one expert in the sealed realm and Yang Chuan. He had not passed the tribulation yet. In the tribulation cloud of the ancient immortal tribulation, Giguzi's hands were glowing with golden light. Gigu Futian, Gigu Shackles, Greater World Tribulation, the Weakest World Tribulation, 2 tribulations at the same time, boom. The original ancient immortal tribulation suddenly increased by more than twice. 2 tribulations at the same time? What's going on? The heroes outside the sealed realm were all at a loss. They did not know what was going on. Here, the only one who had a clue was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Greater world. Greater world. It's been a long time, a long time. Gigu. It seems that he's a famous person in the greater world. Unfortunately, I was just a pawn back then. Too much information was sealed, and I knew too little about the greater world. If it weren't for my benefactor, I might have died long ago. 2 tribulations at the same time? He used tens of thousands of heavenly tribulations to simulate the heavenly tribulation of the greater world. To simulate the heavenly tribulation of the greater world in this realm, the price is not small. Sun Wukong frowned and analyzed. At the same time, inside the sealed realm, in Xianyang, all the heavenly tribulations that had not dissipated previously were targeted at Yang Chuan. People of Diazhen, raise your right hand and borrow my power. Yang Chuan shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of providence roared and rushed into Yang Chuan's body. His voice penetrated the world. At this moment, the recognition of the people of Diazhen had reached an unprecedented level. They all raised their right hand, and surging power surged into Yang Chuan. Rumble. Yang Chuan's body slowly grew to the size of 1,000 feet. At the same time, Yang Chuan's hair instantly turned blood red. A vast sea of blood covered the entire Xianyang under his feet and quickly rolled in all directions. Under Yang Chuan's control, the sea of blood bypassed the buildings. Super Theurgy. Yang Chuan opened his mouth, raised his head, and roared. Sky-devouring poison. Roar. Yang Chuan's mouth was like a huge vortex, swallowing the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble. Endless thunder and lightning surged into Yang Chuan's mouth. This was not a single person's heavenly tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of more than 10 million people. More than 10 million heavenly tribulations covered the sky, but Yang Chuan was not afraid at all. He ferociously sucked in. Gigu Zi of the immortal world controlled the heavenly tribulation clouds, not letting them disappear. The thunder and lightning in the outside world surged into the sealed realm and into Yang Chuan's mouth like a flood. That was a lot more terrifying. The immortals of the Julu Academy went from being petrified to being dumbfounded. He's not human. He's definitely not human. This is too terrifying. How is this possible? Master, I've been staring for too long. My eyes are going to be blinded. I'm dreaming, right? Sky-devouring poison. This was too ferocious. Back then, even Meng Sansheng's primordial gourd was not so exaggerated. At least, the primordial gourd's absorption was not as strong as Yang Chuan's. This heavenly tribulation covered the 5 divine continents. How was it all sucked in? Thunder and lightning surged into Yang Chuan's mouth. At this moment, the world was silent. Only the sound of Yang Chuan swallowing thunder could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. This swallowing lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, everyone was a little stunned. And outside the sealed realm, on the 10th day, the heavenly tribulation clouds also surged into the sealed realm. Why are the heavenly tribulation clouds being dragged into the sealed realm? The rainbow dragons in the heavenly tribulation clouds. Why are they looking so scared? The lightning dragons in the heavenly tribulation clouds can feel fear. Countless exclamations were heard. Gigu Zi was sucked into the sealed realm with the heavenly tribulation clouds. After entering the sealed realm, Gigu Zi quickly dodged. And the heavenly tribulation clouds were completely sucked into Xian Yang and Yang Chuan's mouth without any resistance. Boom. Yang Chuan's body was covered in a circle of lightning. The heavenly tribulation was over. Countless cultivators stood in the clear sky. Yang Chuan stood quietly in the square of the skyward hall with his eyes closed. Yang Chuan did not pay attention to his cultivation. Instead, he immersed all his consciousness in the depths of his soul. Ka. It was as if something had broken. Then, from this broken part, countless memories rushed out crazily. The memories of his first life were finally unsealed at this moment. Chapter 1128. Endless memories surged out. 1 fate, 2 fortune, 3 feng shui, 4 yin virtues, and 5 merit names. Bai Huang, in our boundless world, human ancestor Sui cultivated fate, Fuxi cultivated fortune, Ming cultivated feng shui, Pangu and Hongjun cultivated yin virtues, and you cultivated merit names. You are the strongest in the boundless world. However, in the end, no one was able to transcend. The first Bai Yi said. I firmly believe that there will be one. What makes you so sure? Everything in the world, even the heavens and fate, is predetermined. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. No, I don't think so. I firmly believe that man can conquer nature. 5 years of study. You don't lose to Fuxi in terms of luck, you don't lose to Ming in terms of feng shui, and you don't lose to Hongjun in terms of accumulating good karma. People often say that the one who owns the Bai family owns the world. Why? Because the Bai clan has the cultivation accumulation of various lineages. However, the only thing you haven't tried is life cultivation. 5 titles of merit. In the end, there was a difference. Studying may not be for scholarly achievements, but scholarly achievements must be studied. Bai Yi, human ancestor Sui, created the path of life cultivation, but in the end, he was defeated. That transcending cultivator also didn't succeed through life cultivation. Then you'll wait for the others to finish their respective paths. What if it doesn't work? The Bai clan should not have waited quietly. They should have done their best. I came here today to tell you that I will diverge from the Bai clan. I will take another path. I want to cultivate my life. Maybe you are right, but it will take too long to prove that you are right, so long that you and I may not be able to see that day. No one in the world will be able to see that day. Ancient divine abilities, heaven-splitting axe. The guide of the heavenly Tao. It's just icing on the cake. Why don't you give it to someone who needs it more? Don't disappoint me, Wang Jian. Go and give him a hand. Holy King, why? I have met countless people. He is ambitious, but his foundation is too shallow. What I need is for the chiliocosm of worlds to be filled with transcendence. Grand Dukes under heaven. Go on, I hope I'm not mistaken. I know you have regrets, but this way, at least the great thousand worlds will not die. If you are a dragon, everyone in the great thousand worlds will be a dragon. Don't you regret it? Perhaps you will also win and transcend. I don't regret it, because this day was predicted millions of years ago, even before Bai Yi gave birth to Blue. Millions of years ago? Be at ease and accept the power of my birth chart. If you transcend, I will have no regret. Old man, first you cultivate your scholarly achievements, then you cultivate your life. Now, I'm cultivating my scholarly achievements again. I almost succeeded in cultivating my life. I will definitely succeed in achieving scholarly honors. You cultivate the world's scholarly honors, while I cultivate the transcendent scholarly honors. Your scholarly honors are unknown, but my scholarly honors will definitely allow me to transcend. This is the monarch of the greater thousand world. I chose him from the lesser thousand world. If he transcends, will my scholarly honors be stronger, or will yours be stronger? Ha 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 ha. Great Qin subjects, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great thousand worlds' transcendence. Farewell. My great Qin, Celestial Emperor, Bai Qi is chasing after you. With my heroic spirit, even the fate of the Celestial Emperor, if the Celestial Emperor dies, then this subject dies. If the Celestial Emperor reincarnates, then this subject will follow. Immortal for all ages. Bai Qi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed his saber and brought it to his neck. Celestial Emperor, Wang Jian is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Shu Fu is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Zhao Jiao is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Li Sai will follow you forever. Lu Buwei, Celestial Emperor, immortal for all ages. The memories of his first life flooded into Yang Chuan's mind. The magnificent scenes made Yang Chuan's heart surge. I'm Bai Yi, I'm Lan, I'm Ying, and I'm Yang Chuan. Great River, Great Qin, and Great Zhen. Yang Chuan took a deep breath as he recalled everything. The lightning around him had yet to dissipate. Yang Chuan continued to recall the countless details of his previous life. In the distance, some of Great Zhen's subjects also had their memories unsealed. Wang Jian, Li Sai, Lu Buwei, Hua Guang, Tan Lang, and Liu Jin all had tears streaming down their faces at this moment. A strand of excitement, happiness, and wild joy filled his heart. All of them clenched their fists. Bang! The lightning around them dissipated. Whoosh! Wang Jian was the first to fly to the Skyward Palace. Standing outside the Skyward Palace, he looked at the plaque and then at Yang Chuan in the center of the square, who was covered in lightning. Crack! Wang Jian suddenly knelt on one knee. Your subject, Wang Jian, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor! When Wang Jian shouted out, there was a strong sense of excitement in his voice. A large number of subjects flew over from all directions. Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, and Jin Dayu looked at Wang Jian curiously. However, Hua Guang and Tan Lang soon arrived. Your subject, Meng Tian, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor! Your subject, Meng Yi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor! Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, and Jin Dayu looked at the two in surprise. What's wrong with Hua Guang and Tan Lang? Who are Meng Tian and Meng Yi? Feng Shao and Liu Jin also flew over. Your subject, Zhong Yi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor! Your subject, Zhao Jiao, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor! In the distance, Lu Buwei, Li Sai, and a large number of other subjects all came over. Half of them only bowed to Yang Chuan to show their gratitude. However, Some subjects seemed to have gone crazy and knelt down. Your subject, Li Sai, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Lu Buwei, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Gui Guzi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Half of the subjects not only changed their names, but they also addressed Yang Chuan as the Celestial Emperor. Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, Liu Gang, and Jin Dayu were all surprised. They silently waited for Yang Chuan to wake up. Zizi also came back with Miao. She also looked at the scene in front of her with curiosity. Yang Chuan closed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened. Yang Chuan was full of emotions. It was as if he had a very long dream in an instant. Boom! Under a suction force, the lightning around him was suddenly sucked into the Shenting acupoint. The blue sky thundercloud in the Shenting acupoint suddenly changed shape. The heaven-devouring Daoist scripture has finally leveled up. Rumble. The 5th level, autumn lightning. The 6th level, winter lightning. The 7th level, apocalyptic lightning. The 8th level, creation lightning. In the Shenting acupoint, the blue sky thundercloud had already changed shape. It became like a pillar, holding up the two ends of the blue sky thundercloud. The heavenly Tao of this world. Yang Chuan frowned slightly. I understand now. During the great ancient calamity, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. This is a collapsed heavenly Tao. Before it collapsed, it condensed a Tao scripture. The so-called Tao scripture is the last trace of the heavenly Tao's will before it collapsed. No wonder Dugu Butian said that I was also a heaven mender before he died. He must be talking about the heavenly Tao that I am slowly recovering. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has a total of 9 levels. It is now at the 8th level. It is only 1 level away from being completely repaired. If I complete it, I can completely mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. When the heavens died, the heavenly Tao collapsed. There are 3,000 heavenly Taos in this world. The collapsed heavenly Tao of the great ancient calamity is only a part of the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Otherwise, this world would have disappeared long ago. In order to prevent the world from collapsing, the unintelligent heavenly Tao somehow chose people with compatible life providences to use the power of a particular heavenly Tao. And this chosen person was the so-called Tao God, able to use the power of a perfect heavenly Tao. The Tao God represents the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao is the heavens. No wonder the Tao God is the heavens. Tao God. When I repair this heavenly Tao, won't I be considered a Tao God as well? In the greater 1,000 realms, only when one ascends to immortality will there be heavenly tribulations. In this world, there is a heavenly tribulation for every level of cultivation. These heavenly tribulations are not very strong. It seems like it is because the heavens died. The heavens controlled the heavens, and the heavens controlled the heavenly tribulations. When the heavens died, the heavens were definitely damaged and controlled by the remaining heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao has no intelligence and can only set heavenly tribulations based on instinct. It is not easy for a chaotic world on the verge of collapse to have its current order. Everything is recovering. My current cultivation is at the 10th heaven of the ancient immortal realm. It seems like it is also limited by the rules and laws of this world. However, it is not a problem. My cultivation level is still there. I will return to the ancestral immortal realm. I am willing to wait and find a way. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Transcend. Immortality. In this life, I will definitely return to the top. Yang Chuan clenched his fist. He opened his eyes. Whoosh. 2 14-colored rays of light shot out from Yang Chuan's eyes. This was the light of cultivation level. It was also Yang Chuan's final achievement in his previous life. In front of him, the officials bowed respectfully. Wang Jian, Li Sai, and the others were crying emotionally. Your Majesty, Heavenly Emperor. There were 2 groups of people. One group shouted Your Majesty while the other group shouted Heavenly Emperor. Yang Chuan looked at the crowd and suddenly smiled. I am back. My dear officials, I am back. Why are you crying on this joyous day? Ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan laughed. Wang Jian, Li Sai, Lu Buwei, and the others wiped their tears and laughed too. Ha 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 ha. Half of the officials looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Their laughter soared to the sky and covered the earth. The entire sky above Xianyang was filled with laughter. This was a kind of sudden enlightenment, a kind of carefree feeling of the clouds parting and the moon shining brightly. This was a kind of carefree feeling of the grievances of eternity being dispersed in a single day. Yi Feng, Jin Dayu, Yin Hentian, and the others more or less guessed the reason at this moment. They were envious. Meow. Meow tilted its head curiously. Zizi's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. After a while of laughter, only then did the crowd stop laughing. Hu Guang, Meng Tian. Yang Chuan looked at Hu Guang with a smile. Yes, I am Hu Guang, and also Meng Tian. However, I still like the name Meng Tian because Meng Tian will always follow the Heavenly Emperor. I will change my name to Meng Tian from now on, Hu Guang said solemnly. I am Meng Yi. Tan Lang shouted. I am Zhong Yi. Feng Shao said solemnly. I am Zhao Jiao. Liu Jin said respectfully. Chapter 1129. My name is Meng Yi. Greed called out. My name is Zhong Yi. Feng Shao said solemnly. My name is Zhao Jiao. Liu Jin said respectfully. His former subjects kept changing their names. Meng Tian, the commander of the 1st Legion. Zhong Yi, the commander of the 7th Legion. Meng Yi, the commander of the Terracotta Army. Zhao Jiao. Gui Guzi. Yang Chuan sighed when he saw these familiar names. After transcending the tribulation, his body shrank to its normal size. Yang Chuan looked at his subjects. Great River, Great Qin, Great Shen. Great Qin has yet to reach the peak, but Great Shen will definitely be able to. The Great Shen Celestial Empire, this is my starting point. I, Yang Chuan, will lead my subjects back to the peak of their former glory. Great Shen will definitely live forever, yes. The subjects shouted excitedly. The tribulation is over, and the world is scorched. Yang Chuan looked around. Countless experts had returned, but the lush mountains and rivers were now scorched black. It was a land of death. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Heavenly path, spring thunder, all things grow. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Hong tilde 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 tilde. A loud clap of thunder boomed in all directions. Suddenly, a huge amount of vitality filled the air. Amidst the vitality, countless plants on the ground were rapidly reborn from the ashes. Soon, the scorched earth became lush. The power of the heavenly path quickly restored the world. After 3 days, the scorched earth was no longer there. Countless officials had already gathered in Xianyang from all directions. The subjects who had just transcended the tribulation were very excited. Those who had regained their memories were all cheering for Great Shen. Meng Lingtian and the others from the Julu Academy were already numb. Yang Chuan looked up at the sky. He reached out and grabbed at the sky. A huge energy palm stabbed into the sea of providence. Boom! Yang Chuan made a grabbing motion. A huge force shot from the sea of providence into the net. Rumble. The earth shook violently. Gui Guzi took a step forward. Reincarnation pool, poison the earth. Buzz. Beneath Gui Guzi's feet, the reincarnation pool appeared once more. The reincarnation pool appeared, and the trembling ground was instantly silenced by Gui Guzi alone. Meng Lingtian and the others looked at Gui Guzi in surprise. Was the earth invaded just like that? High up in the sky, Yang Chuan had already deployed the Skynet. The void shook violently, and a huge Daoist seal appeared in the Skynet. Buzz. Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared. Yang Chuan grabbed Skynet and looked at Goddess Jichen. Goddess Jichen looked at Yang Chuan and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. How could this be? Why are you? Goddess Jichen realized that something was amiss. Nothing is impossible. I'll take this broken karmic rank of heaven and earth, Yang Chuan said seriously. Goddess Jichen looked at Yang Chuan with a complicated expression before nodding her head. Goddess Jichen solemnly said, "Please have mercy on the common people of the world." Yang Chuan nodded his head. "I will disappear. I hope that everyone in the world will be able to live." Goddess Ji Chen revealed a sincere blessing. Hope that everyone in the world will be able to live. Yang Chuan's heart was slightly touched. One had to know that in the greater thousand world, the wish of the strongest in the world was that everyone in the world would be like a dragon and live forever. But in this weakest world, they only needed to live. Only needed to live. Sigh. Yang Chuan sighed slightly. He raised one hand to the sky and grabbed the Daoist seal with the other. Boom. Yang Chuan's hand landed on the Daoist seal. Rumble. Boundless luck surged into that hand. The Daoist seal suddenly trembled. Goddess Ji Chen clasped her fists and silently prayed for the common people to live. Then, it slowly disappeared. Yang Chuan, who was holding the Daoist seal, looked at Goddess Ji Chen's appearance and suddenly felt a trace of pity. Boom. Yang Chuan took off the Daoist seal. The moment the Daoist seal was taken off, the entire world suddenly changed color. For a moment, the world shook and a storm raged. Meng Lingtian took a deep breath and said, "This world is about to collapse." Outside the sealed world, countless celestial world experts had long been waiting impatiently. Zhu Tianshu, Sun Wukong, the sage kings, and the sect leaders were all waiting with rapt attention. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted in the sky above the scorched earth, and the void suddenly shook violently. A sect leader took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, he took the Daoist seal. He finally took the Daoist seal. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly. The previous ancient immortal tribulation had already made Sun Wukong sigh. His benefactor's old friend was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! The Jingu Bang suddenly appeared in his hand. Sun Wukong's face was cold as he looked at the shaking place. Zhu Tianshu narrowed his eyes. Ancient immortals? So what if they're ancient immortals? They're just two newborn ancient immortals. You're not qualified to take the Daoist seal, Zhu Tianshu said coldly. Rumble. The ground where everyone was trembled violently. As it trembled, the ground suddenly split open from the center of the ground. After the split, the ground quickly moved in all directions. It was as if a vast area was slowly being squeezed out from the center. Rumble. At the center, white light shot into the sky. The barrier of the sealed world had collapsed. At the same time, the sealed world had officially occupied the Zhenlong Dominion and expanded it. The Zhenlong Dominion was connected to the sea in all directions. As the Zhenlong Dominion shook, monstrous waves rose from the sea in all directions. Rumble. The sealed world broke open. The Daoist seal is mine. Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll Array. Zhu Tianshu shouted. With a shout, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the 100 million odd sect members he brought with him were quickly sent in all directions by the Heavenly Cycle Book, surrounding the expanding sealed realm. Whoosh! More than 100 million sect members each took out a scroll and quickly set up an array. More than 100 million disciples. Just this scene alone was enough to shock anyone who looked at it. Zhu Tianshu, what are you trying to do? The great Chu Sacred King shouted. Obviously, Zhu Tianshu wanted to fight for the Daoist seal. Everyone could see that. However, no one had expected Zhu Tianshu to be so arrogant. He did not even greet everyone and was ready to attack. The great Chu Sacred King took a step forward. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of the great Chu Sacred King. The great Chu Sacred King's face darkened. He slashed with his sword. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the great Chu Sacred King was pushed back. The person in front of the great Chu Sacred King was Sun Wukong. One strike from the staff had stunned all the forces. That was the great Chu Sacred King. How could he force him to retreat with one strike? Great Chu Sacred King? What are you trying to do? The great Chu Sacred King asked. The others also looked at Sun Wukong. Ha ha, everyone. Zhu Tianshu wants to fight for the Daoist seal. Why don't we let him test the waters? This world is obviously not what we thought it was. Sun Wukong laughed. The great Chu Sacred King's face darkened. He looked at Zhu Tianshu, who was setting up the array in the distance, and raised his eyebrows. The great Chu Sacred King looked at Sun Wukong carefully. He knew that Sun Wukong and Zhu Tianshu had no relationship in the past. Sun Wukong had only arrived recently. "All right, I'll give the Great Qi Sacred King some face," the Great Chu Sacred King said. With that, the Great Chu Sacred King led his officials to a mountain peak in the distance. Sun Wukong looked at the other two sacred kings and the other two sacred leaders. "Everyone, how about we take it slow?" Sun Wukong asked with a smile. The ambitious people narrowed their eyes. Finally, they smiled faintly and said, "All right." Whoosh. The forces quickly retreated to the previous mountain peak, allowing the ground to move in all directions. In the center, Zhu Tianshu was setting up the Great Cycle Holy Scroll Array. In the sky, there was a vast sea of providence clouds. The nation accumulated providence, the sect accumulated merit. The 1,000 Confucian sect should be accumulating merit, but Zhu Tianshu was accumulating providence. How could a religion accumulate providence? Therefore, the experts in all directions had little to do with Zhu Tianshu. Zhu Tianshu naturally ignored them. Rumble. Zhu Tianshu roused the power of providence, and the Great Cycle Holy Scroll Array finished setting up. As the sealed world's barrier collapsed, it quickly covered the sealed world. The sacred flame burned fiercely, preparing to burn the entire sealed world. Inside the sealed world, Yang Chuan picked up the Dao seal and held it in his hand. Then, he carefully examined it. Yang Chuan had already made arrangements for the other matters, so there was no need to worry too much. Previously, Xiao Chen had scattered countless cultivators around the world to undergo their tribulations in consideration of the chaos in the world. The countless experts who completed their tribulations were stationed in the various cities, protecting the common people. Of course, Xianyang had the most experts. Whoosh. With the Dao seal removed, the sealed world sky broke. The entire sealed world officially entered the immortal world. In the end, the sealed world was still the sealed world. Its spiritual energy was far inferior to the immortal world's. After the sealed world broke, surging spiritual energy rushed over. The common people looked at the sky in pleasant surprise. They wanted to see how the sky of this immortal world was different from the previous sky. However, what they saw was not the sky of the immortal world. As time passed, everyone saw huge white flames that looked like stars covering the entire sky. "The Holy Scroll Great Array?" Meng Lingtian exclaimed, his expression changing. "No, it's even more terrifying than the Holy Scroll Great Array. The Holy Scroll Great Array can only cover Julu Academy. This Great Array seems to cover the entire world," another immortal exclaimed. Just at this moment, a shout came from the sky. "Disciples of the 10,000 Confucian sect, heed my command. Open the sealed world and expand its territory." The heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array shrunk toward the center. "Follow this sect master to burn Xianyang." Zhu Tianshu's shout came. Roar. A thunderous roar came from the sky. The sacred flame, which was as numerous as stars, quickly gathered toward the center, covering Xianyang. A vast might covered the sky and covered the earth. Xianyang, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Li Sai, Lu Buwei, Wang Jian, and the others all revealed cold smiles. "The 10,000 Confucian sects Zhu Tianshu?" Meng Tian sneered. "So what if it's the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array? You want to mess with my Xianyang with a mere array?" Wang Jian said disdainfully. Yang Chuan looked at the seal in his hand. Then, he slowly raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw the great array descending from the sky, Yang Chuan's expression did not change at all. It was as if what was in the sky was not a great array but a handkerchief descending slowly. "Meng Tian, Wang Jian," Yang Chuan said indifferently. "Yes." The two of them replied in unison. Wang Jian soared into the sky and slashed the sword in his hand at the sky. Wang Jian's expression was ferocious. The sword in his hand exuded a monstrous killing intent. The moment the killing intent appeared, the entire sky above Xianyang seemed to be dyed red. Boom! A huge sword energy filled with killing intent streaked across the sky. At this moment, the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array was torn apart by Wang Jian's sword like a handkerchief. Boom! The vast array collapsed under Wang Jian's sword. In the sky, Zhu Tianshu, who was setting up the array, was stunned. It seemed like he had yet to react. Chapter 1130. Book 9, The Age of the Tao Gods. Chapter 1, The Dominating Monarch's Descent. Wang Jian's sword tore through the sky and split the earth. The ferocious killing intent brought out the ferocious nature of his previous life. With one sword strike, the heavenly cycle holy scroll formation was destroyed. Millions of 10,000 Confucian sect disciples exploded into a bloody mist. Sect master Zhu Tianshu, who was controlling the formation, was dumbfounded by this scene. The heavenly cycle holy scroll formation, it broke. All the ambitious and ruthless people watched this scene with wide eyes. They knew how powerful the heavenly cycle holy scroll formation was. In the past, they had used this formation to refine several ancient immortals. Yet, it had actually broken. The millions of 10,000 Confucian sect disciples were at a loss. Break! A shout came from the void. A vast energy spear soared into the sky and pierced half of the formation. Boom! That half of the formation exploded with a loud bang. Help! Master! For a time, a large number of cries rang out. At least 1 million Confucian cultivators were blown to pieces by the energy spear. The heavenly cycle holy scroll grand formation suddenly collapsed. Boom! The rampaging sword qi and stellar energy instantly scattered the scattered Confucian cultivators. Zhu Tianshu's expression was extremely unsightly. The 10,000 Confucian sect's experts all flew behind Zhu Tianshu and looked at the two figures that flew out in shock. Rumble. The sealed world continued to appear, and the ground continued to expand. At this moment, Zhu Tianshu's expression darkened. Two figures stood in the sky before him. One of them wore red armor and had a pair of long feathers on his head. He looked at them with soaring battle intent. The other person wore white armor and held a spear in his hand. He was glaring at Zhu Tianshu. Their auras surged into the sky as they approached Zhu Tianshu. "Who are you?" Zhu Tianshu exclaimed. "Sect Master, they are Wang Jian and He Guang," a subordinate immediately said. "Wang Jian? He Guang? Yang Chuan's two subordinates? How is that possible?" Zhu Tianshu exclaimed. Zhu Tianshu was not the only one who exclaimed. The surrounding experts were all shocked. Everyone lowered their heads and looked in the direction of Xianyang. In the direction of Xianyang, Yang Chuan held the Daoist seal in his hand and looked up at the sky. He looked at the 10,000 Confucian sect's Sea of Providence. Wang Jian and He Guang's attacks had already displayed their strength, not to mention the two ancient immortals, Feng Yinyang and Yang Chuan. Heavenly Cycle Book immediately revealed a bitter expression. When did mortals transcend tribulations become so powerful? Zhu Tianshu exclaimed. One must know that the Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll's grand formation was so powerful that even the Heavenly Cycle Book himself would not be able to shatter it with a single strike. Diazhen's strength deeply shocked Zhu Tianshu. "Your Majesty Diazhen, please forgive me. The 10,000 Confucian sect will take our leave," Zhu Tianshu said decisively. He was the only ancient immortal in the 1,000 Confucian sect. How could he snatch the Tao seal? Moreover, he had already offended the other heroes of the Zhenlong territory by going first. There was nothing he could do if he stayed. "Farewell." Ha! Yang Chuan suddenly laughed. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their hearts skip a beat. Everyone could feel the murderous intent in Yang Chuan's tone. "Your Majesty Diazhen, how may I help you?" Zhu Tianshu asked with an ugly expression. "Those who offended me in Xianyang should be killed," Yang Chuan said coldly. Zhu Tianshu's expression changed. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's fighting spirit suddenly soared. Boom! A large number of Diazhen experts soared into the sky and released their auras. The experts in the surroundings were shocked. Great immortals? Those people are all great immortals. There are so many great immortals. Exclamations came from all directions, and Zhu Tianshu's expression became even more unsightly. One had to know that there were only slightly more than 100 great immortals in the 10,000 Confucian sect. How could the auras of these hundreds of people be so powerful? "Yang Chuan, don't go too far," Zhu Tianshu shouted angrily. "Go too far? If I didn't have the strength, would you have spared me?" Yang Chuan said coldly. Zhu Tianshu was speechless. He was ready to refine Xianyang, so how could he spare Yang Chuan? Today is a joyous day for Diasian. I don't want to kill too much. I can spare your lives on the condition that you hand over the karmic position of the birth position, Yang Chuan said coldly. Asking for the karmic position of the world by force. Not to mention Zhu Tianshu, the experts in the surroundings were dumbfounded. You're just from the Celestial Empire. How could the Celestial Empire challenge the dojos? And you're challenging them from a higher position? Are you kidding me? The dojos are on the same level as the Holy Court. The experts from the Holy Court and dojos were all shocked. Is this still the Celestial Empire? That's too overbearing. The experts from the Holy Court and dojos exclaimed. The experts from the Celestial Empire and the Sacred Grounds who wanted to get some benefits were completely petrified. They were all from the Celestial Empire, but why was there such a huge difference? Yang Chuan looked at Zhu Tianshu coldly. For some reason, Zhu Tianshu felt his scalp go numb. How arrogant. The puny Celestial Empire wants to force the 10,000 Confucian sect with some fortuitous encounter. Zhu Tianshu shouted. Yang Chuan squinted his eyes and said, Zhu Tianshu, you have to understand that this emperor is not negotiating with you, and you have no room to negotiate with this emperor. This emperor has taken pity on you because of Goddess Jichen. Just because I don't want to kill too many people, it doesn't mean that this emperor won't kill you. You're going too far. You were just lucky earlier. Since you ancient immortals who just went through the tribulation want to die, then don't blame me, Zhu Tianshu said coldly. Set up the formation, Zhu Tianshu shouted. The sins of the heavens can still exist, but the sins of one's own making cannot be spared, Giguzi said indifferently. Kill. Yang Chuan shouted. Roar. Wang Jian and Meng Tian roared and led a group of immortals into Zhu Tianshu's formation. Hundreds of millions of Confucian cultivators quickly set up the formation. However, they could not withstand a single blow from the two ferocious gods. The two of them charged at Zhu Tianshu. Ah! Help! Experts were sent flying everywhere. The two of them were like two huge meat grinders. Even the formations and groups could not stop the two of them as they charged forward. The two armies behind them were also incomparably ferocious. For a time, they were unstoppable. The various ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings were petrified as they watched this scene. The strength that the heavenly dynasty displayed completely overturned everyone's understanding. Is this really the heavenly dynasty? Boom. The 10,000 Confucian sect disciples were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tian and Wang Jian charged to the front. Zhu Tianshu's expression changed. The 10,000 Confucian sect's aura, providence, descend. Zhu Tianshu shouted in panic. Buzz. A huge circular altar appeared under Zhu Tianshu's feet. Countless talisman scripts covered the altar. The karmic rank of the birth position? A look of satisfaction flashed in Yang Chuan's eyes. The circular altar under his feet was the karmic rank of the birth position, a proof of identity bestowed by the heavens. Golden dragons swooped down from the sky and headed straight for Zhu Tianshu. Boom! Zhu Tianshu's aura skyrocketed, stirring up a huge storm in the surroundings. He held a sword in his hand and slashed at Wang Jian and Meng Tian. The two fiends slashed at Zhu Tianshu. Their energy spear and energy sword slashed at Zhu Tianshu. Zhu Tianshu used the karmic rank of the birth position to absorb endless providence. Not only did his strength skyrocket, but he also used the karmic rank to form a huge golden barrier around the altar. The golden dragon circled around the golden barrier. Boom! The two sides collided. Wang Jian and Meng Tian's sword and spear pressed against the golden barrier. Blood-colored killing intent shrouded the golden barrier. Roar! The two ferocious gods shouted. The heavenly cycle scripture and the heaven and earth altar sank by 3 meters. Zhu Tianshu was completely suppressed by the two fiends. Impossible! How can the two of you suppress me? I should be the one suppressing you. Zhu Tianshu roared in shock. Zhu Tianshu roared in shock. The surrounding ambitious and ruthless people were also extremely shocked. Indeed, this should not be the case. Even if Zhu Tianshu's cultivation was ridiculous, he had used the power of providence. How could he not block Yang Chuan's two subordinates? This should not be the case, right? Zhu Tianshu fell further and further. In Xianyang City, Yang Chuan held the Dao seal with one hand. He narrowed his eyes and thrust his palm into the battlefield. Whoosh! A huge palm print appeared in the void. Within the palm print, there seemed to be stars revolving around it. The palm print charged at Zhu Tianshu. Wang Jian and Meng Tian suppressed Zhu Tianshu, preventing him from moving. At the same time, Yang Chuan's huge palm print descended. Oh no! Zhu Tianshu's expression changed. Boom! Yang Chuan's palm imprint shattered the golden barrier and charged straight for the heavenly book of cycle. Ah! Zhu Tianshu screamed miserably. Zhu Tianshu's head exploded. Roar! Roar! The golden dragon of providence above Zhu Tianshu's sea of providence screamed miserably. Roar! The 18 claws golden dragon of providence suddenly flew out of Yang Chuan's body and soared into the sky, charging at Zhu Tianshu's corpse. Roar! Wang Jian and Meng Tian quickly moved aside. Boom! The 18 claws golden dragon of providence sent Zhu Tianshu's corpse flying with a swipe of its tail. Then, it swallowed Zhu Tianshu's heaven and earth altar. Boom! After swallowing the heaven and earth altar, the 18 claws golden dragon of providence quickly returned to the Great Shan dynasty's sea of providence. Roar! The 18 claws golden dragon of providence reared its head and roared. Rumble! The 10,000 Confucian sect's providence surged over. It poured down on the Great Shan dynasty's sea of providence. At this moment, the countless experts in the surroundings seemed to have come to their senses. Zhu Tianshu is dead. How is that possible? The great Chu sacred ruler exclaimed. It was not just the great Chu sacred ruler. Nearly all the experts in the surroundings felt like collapsing. They had seen the heavenly dynasties destroy a dojo before. However, it had always been when more than 10 heavenly dynasties surrounded a single dojo. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before the dojo was destroyed. Who had ever seen a heavenly dynasty destroy a dojo? Furthermore, it was done so effortlessly. In the distance, Zhu Tianshu's corpse was still flying. The 10,000 Confucian sect's disciples had already collapsed. They were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Ah! Finally, someone cried out in alarm. That Confucian cultivator immediately fled in a direction in fear. It was like a signal, causing countless Confucian cultivators to flee in panic. This Great Shan dynasty was too terrifying and too dangerous. As the 10,000 Confucian sect's disciples fled in panic, the ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings became restless. However, Yang Chuan did not give the order to pursue them. At this moment, Yang Chuan was focused on the churning sea of providence. The 18 claws golden dragon of providence was excited. The birth position's karmic rank. Obtained this karmic rank. Great Shan dynasty could advance to the Holy Hall. With the Holy Hall as the ruler of the immortal world, Great Shan dynasty would rise. Chapter 1131. Rumble. The 10,000 Confucian sect's providence surged towards Great Shan, causing the Great Shan's providence sea to churn. Countless Confucian cultivators fled in panic. Of course, there were also those who wanted to take revenge for Zhu Tianshu. Unfortunately, Xianyang's army was too strong, and they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. The faces of the ambitious and ruthless people twitched slightly. Aside from Sun Wukong, whose eyes grew brighter and brighter, no one else charged forward. After all, Zhu Tianshu had mobilized the strength of an entire Dao right, while the other factions had only sent a portion of their strength. They quietly looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan closed his eyes. High in the sky, the golden dragon of providence was also surging, wrapped in providence. It was absorbing the providence that it had just obtained. The officials of Xianyang were waiting excitedly. This wait lasted for an entire day. Roar. The enveloped golden dragon of destiny suddenly let out a long roar. As it roared, the golden dragon of destiny that enveloped it suddenly exploded. The golden dragon of providence revealed itself. It was still an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence, but it looked more solid. The dragon horns on its head grew more numerous, making it look even more ferocious and domineering. Roar. With a roar, half of the Providence above the Providence Sea rushed out in all directions, charging towards the surrounding cities. In the past, before Yang Chuan went into seclusion, he had scattered Providence to the various cities in the world. However, in the years since his return, all the Providence had been collected. With the dynasty's Providence, it was very difficult to distribute it to all the cities. However, now that the Holy Court had advanced, it could do as it pleased. Above each city, there was a small golden dragon that was protecting the luck of the city. As a result, the Holy Court's control over the world grew even more. This was because the golden dragon of Providence could see any city through the Providence. Only Yang Chuan could oversee Xianyang and look down on the world. Of course, one could only see a city if one looked with a purpose. Boom! An altar slowly appeared under Yang Chuan's feet. It was the karmic position of birth. From now on, the speed at which he absorbed heaven and earth Yuan Qi would be 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny roared into the sky. For a moment, the clouds in all directions began to spin rapidly amidst the loud roar. Citizens of Great Shun, the celestial empire of Great Shun will be promoted to the holy court of Great Shun, Yang Chuan shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the world. Greetings to the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. Li Sai was the first to greet respectfully. We pay our respects to the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. The officials all bowed respectfully. Long live the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. Cheers came from all over the world. Long live the Holy Court of Great Perfection. Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Diezhen was officially promoted to the Holy Court. At that moment, the expanding land gradually came to a stop. The sealed world was completely unsealed. The Zhenlong domain was once again complete. Great Perfection Holy Court, Holy King Yang Chuan, all around, the ambitious and ruthless people looked at Xianyang with complicated expressions. Yang Chuan's expression softened slightly after receiving the worship of the world. Then, he looked at the group of ambitious and ruthless people. Great Chu Holy Court, Chen Xiao. Greetings to the Great Perfection Holy King. The Great Chu Holy King called out from afar. Great Qi Holy Court, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong called out. Great Wave Holy Court, Wang He. Sichuan Dojo, Wu Wen. Sea Dragon Dojo, Whale King. The group of experts announced their names. Of course, the 3 holy halls and the 2 dojos were the main ones. Now that they announced it solemnly, it was obvious that they recognized the strength of the Great Perfection Holy Court. As for the Celestial Empire and the Sacred Grounds, their voices were much weaker now. Yang Chuan looked at everyone. Great Chu, Great Qi, Great Wave, Sichuan, and Sea Dragon. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. The experts also stared at Yang Chuan. The Great Perfection Holy Court has already arrived in the Zhenlong territory. The Zhenlong territory has always been in chaos, and there hasn't been a new territory lord for tens of thousands of years, right? Yang Chuan said lightly. The faces of the experts sank. What did Yang Chuan mean? I'll take the Dao seal. Although you all have delusions, you didn't offend Xianyang like Zhu Tianshu did. I'll give you all 100 years. Within 100 years, you can either leave the Zhenlong territory or submit to the Great Perfection Holy Court. Yang Chuan said lightly. Hua tilde 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 tilde. The surrounding forces were in an uproar. Yang Chuan? What is he doing? He just became a holy court, and is already challenging everyone in the Zhenlong territory. Isn't that too overbearing? The faces of the experts darkened as they looked coldly at Yang Chuan. The experts of the Heavenly Dynasty and Sacred Grounds were furious, but no one dared to say anything. They had thought that the Great Perfection Holy Court was a sheep, but who would have thought that it was a wolf in sheep's clothing? No, it was a tiger in sheep's clothing. The tiger was out of its cage, and it wanted to devour the entire Zhenlong territory. That's all I have to say. Everyone, go back and discuss what I've said. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. The Chu Sacred King was furious. Yang Chuan turned his head and looked coldly at the sacred king. It was as if the true sacred king dared to say no, he would kill him immediately. His powerful aura pressured the true sacred king. The true sacred king swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The faces of the experts all turned ugly. Only Sun Wukong was surprised. Ha ha ha, what a great perfection, holy king. Sun Wukong suddenly laughed. The experts all looked at Sun Wukong. At this time, they needed someone to take the lead. Sun Wukong? Yang Chuan looked confused. Obviously, he had some recollection of this name. However, it was from the memory of his previous life. Perhaps it was the same name. After all, this was the sacred king of Darky. Since he was a sacred king, he was a human. In his memory, Sun Wukong was a demon king. You want the Darky sacred court to retreat? Sure, as long as you can take one hit from my staff, the Darky sacred court will leave the Zhenlong territory immediately, Sun Wukong shouted. Oh! Yang Chuan looked surprised. How about it? Sun Wukong smiled. Come on. Yang Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and flew into the sky. He reached out and the Jingu Bang in his hand appeared. In Xianyang, Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. This staff looked very similar to the staff of the Demon King in his previous life. Take this. This Sun's Sea trampling staff. Sun Wukong shouted. As he spoke, the Jingu Bang suddenly became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had a diameter of 50,000 feet. A strong aura emanated from the Jingu Bang. As soon as the aura was released, some of the surrounding experts were forced to retreat. A diameter of 50,000 feet was just the diameter. The huge staff descended from the sky as if it was going to smash the entire Xianyang. This vast staff strike was many times stronger than the Heavenly Cycle Book's Holy Scroll Grand Array. The sacred kings and sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. They did not know much about Sun Wukong, but no one expected him to be so strong. How could this be? Yang Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw the staff descending. He reached out his sky-burying coffin to face the sky. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The staff and coffin collided. The void shook violently, and a huge storm swept in all directions. Gigu Zi hurriedly set up an array to protect Xianyang. Yang Chuan's giant coffin collided with the Jingu Bang. The two weapons collided, and the two fierce people exploded with great power. Immediately, the fierce people were forced to retreat. A stalemate ensued. You the great sea stabilizing rod? Yang Chuan's face darkened. Oh, you know about it. Sun Wukong's expression changed. Boom. The coffin and the giant cudgel collided and exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh. Yang Chuan reached out and put away the sky-burying coffin. Then, he narrowed his eyes at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong put away the Jingu Bang and looked at Yang Chuan in confusion. Everyone thought that you were dead. It turns out that you came here? The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong? Yang Chuan suddenly revealed a smile. You indeed know me? Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Sun Wukong asked with a sullen expression. Naturally, you have never seen me before. After all, you crossed too few territories back then, and I kept a low profile back then. Naturally, you do not know me. Why are you here? Looks like he was the one who brought you here, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. You know? Sun Wukong frowned slightly. Yang Chuan nodded and said, there was a flaw in your sea-steadying needle. However, it has been repaired. How can I not know the technique used on it? Sun Wukong looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. After leaving the Zhenlong territory, you will go and see him, right? Yang Chuan asked. That's right. He was the one who asked me to come to the Zhenlong territory. Sun Wukong nodded. The experts around them were confused by the conversation between the two of them. They were at a loss. Him? Sigh. Yang Chuan sighed. What's wrong? Sun Wukong frowned and asked. Help me pass a message to him, Yang Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Oh. Tell him that Hong Jun is dead. The Grand Elder is dead. Yuanxia is dead. Envywar is dead. Jireen is dead. Zhuanti is dead. They are really dead. Yang Chuan shook his head and sighed. What? How is that possible? How did they die? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Go and tell him. He will tell you. Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Many people around them were at a loss. Yang Chuan was the one who said this. Why did Yang Chuan say that the person would understand? But now, Sun Wukong understood. Holding the Jingu Bang in his hand, his expression changed. I understand. I will pass on your message. Sun Wukong cupped his fists at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and said without hesitation, Everyone, let's go. Yes. The experts of the sacred court of Daqi left quickly with Sun Wukong. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and the rest of them disappeared. The remaining experts looked at each other in dismay. In the end, the experts did not say goodbye to Yang Chuan. They left quickly with their subordinates. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the experts were gone. The sky was clear in Xianyang. Meow. Meow jumped over. Yang Chuan, you talked to Sun Wukong for a long time. Who is the person you mentioned? Meow asked curiously. You don't know him. Yang Chuan shook his head and did not explain. Chapter 1132. The Great Perfection Holy Court had officially settled in the Zhenlong domain. During the Ascension campaign, the heroes of the Zhenlong domain had gathered. However, they were all scared away by a native of the Sealed Realm. Once the Great Perfection Holy Court became famous, it spread all over the world. Xianyang, Skyward Palace. Yang Chuan sat on the dragon throne. He looked down at the officials. In the palace, Meng Lingtian and the others were bidding farewell. Yang Di, we will set off to find the founder, Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Yang Chuan looked around and said, Julu Academy, do you know anything about the world? Very little. Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Ascension campaign had been engraved in everyone's hearts. The Immortals of the Julu Academy were all very respectful to Yang Chuan. Yi Feng. Give me a general description. Yang Chuan shouted. Yi Feng stepped forward. Yes. Yi Feng looked at Meng Lingtian and smiled. Although the other party's cultivation could not be compared to his, Yi Feng did not look down on him. At least, the integrity of this group of people was not something ordinary people could compare to. Everyone, the world of immortals is divided into two realms, yin and yang. The world of the living has 9 continents and the world of the dead has 6 continents. In the world of the living, the world can be seen as 3 huge circles. The outermost circle is the outer east continent, the outer south continent, the outer west continent, and the outer north continent. The innermost circle only has 1 continent, the middle heaven continent. Yi Feng explained. Millimeter. Meng Lingtian nodded. And the 4 continents in the center are called Ring Northeast Continent, Ring Southeast Continent, Ring Southwest Continent, and Ring Northwest Continent. The people of the Julu Academy were stunned. It was as if they could imagine the outline of each continent just by hearing the name. Each continent has 36 territories. The Great Perfection Holy Court's Zhenlong domain is located in the outer east continent, next to the northeast continent. Yi Feng said. What about the founder of the Julu Academy? Meng Lingtian asked. Dongfang Bubai is currently in the center of the northeast continent's 36 weaves, the Eastern Weave. He is the ruler of the Eastern Weave. Yi Feng explained. Moreover, all the territories under the heavens are separated by oceans. Yi Feng added. Yi Feng didn't even need a map. With just a few sentences, he had already summarized the entire mortal realm. Many thanks. Meng Lingtian and the others bowed solemnly. Meng Lingtian and company did not suspect that Yi Feng and company knew about the patriarch's whereabouts because there was no need for Yi Feng to lie to them. Meng Lingtian. Yang Chuan looked at everyone. Everyone from Julu Academy looked at Yang Chuan. Be careful. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Yang Di. The Immortals of the Julu Academy bowed. Yang Chuan nodded and watched the Julu Academy students leave. After the Julu Academy left, the meeting continued. Yi Feng returned to the ranks. Liu Gang stood up. Sacred King, Sun Wukong has already informed the heavens of Darky and left. He took a large number of officials with him, but the people can't do anything, Liu Gang said seriously. Sun Wukong has left? Yang Chuan asked. Yes, it's been 3 years. All the forces in the Zhenlong Weave have been indifferent to your orders. They're all waiting for someone to take the lead. According to our spies, some forces are even preparing to form an alliance to fight against Darky. Unfortunately, after 3 years, we received news that Darky has retreated. Now, the Zhenlong Weave is in an uproar and all the forces are anxious, Liu Gang reported. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Sacred King, are we going to attack? Wang Jian asked in a deep voice. Yang Chuan tapped his fingers on the armrest of his throne and shook his head. No, wait a little longer. Yes. Wang Jian replied. Lu Buwei. Yes, Sacred King, you're in charge of recruiting soldiers. Not only within Darky, but also in the Zhenlong Weave. Quickly expand Darky's military, Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, Sacred King, Li Sai. Yes, Sacred King, you're in charge of organizing the newly recruited soldiers and stationing them in all 4 directions. Yes, Sacred King, Zhong Yi. Yang Chuan called out. Zhong Yi, originally Feng Shao, was a spy from the Heavenly Buddha Empire in the Sealed World. He was given the title of Darky's 7th Legion commander for stealing the country. Yes, Sacred King, what do you think? Yang Chuan asked. Fight them, Zhong Yi said solemnly. Send Zhong Yi to roam around the various heroes. Find an opportunity to subdue them and bring them under Great Zhen, Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, Sacred King, Zhong Yi replied. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Yang Chuan looked at Jin Dayu, who was among the officials. For a moment, Jin Dayu was also somewhat anxious. Jin Dayu. Yang Chuan called out. Yes, Sacred King. Jin Dayu stepped forward. Do you have anything to say to me? Yang Chuan asked. Jin Dayu's expression changed. He looked at the officials and smiled bitterly. Yes, since Sacred King already knows, there's no need for me to hide it. My first ancestor was the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi of the Great Thousand World. Unfortunately, he died. The second ancestor was God Emperor Lu Ya. I'm sure Sacred King knows that he was the Great Qin Empire's monster god-uncle. After the Great Qin Empire was destroyed, my ancestor could no longer stay in the Great Thousand World. He brought his descendants here by chance. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and died. Only I, Jin Dayu, am left. Jin Dayu said bitterly. Yang Chuan nodded. Lu Ya, monster goduncle. The past is like smoke, but how can I forget it? From today onwards, Jin Dayu will be the Great Shan Holy Court's monster goduncle. Yes, thank you, Sacred King, Jin Dayu said with reddened eyes. Inheriting his ancestor's title was a great reward from Yang Chuan. Not only did he recognize Jin Dayu, but he also recognized Lu Ya of the past. Court is dismissed. Yang Chuan said. Long live the Holy King, long live the Holy King. Yang Chuan was still sitting on the dragon throne after the officials left. There was one more person in the hall. Gui Guzi. Sacred King, I will set off today, Gui Guzi said solemnly. Yang Chuan nodded. Traveling between the 2 worlds is a special ability of feng shui masters. However, there's a limit to the number of people we can bring. We need to find the road to the underworld as soon as possible. I've already done my research. This is the weakest world and there should be 6 roads to the underworld. Unfortunately, only 2 have appeared so far. They are in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. The other road to the underworld has yet to be discovered. I will do my best to find it, Gui Guzi said solemnly. Millimeter, don't worry too much about this trip to the underworld. My other body will appear soon, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Is it the myriad ghost domain? Sacred King, you don't have to worry about my safety, Gui Guzi smiled. Millimeter, maybe we'll meet Shu Fu and the others. If Shu Fu and the others have become immortals, their memories should have been restored. Yang Chuan thought for a while. Shu Fu's feng shui skills are not inferior to mine. His alchemy skills are even better. Sacred King, you don't have to worry about his safety, Gui Guzi said. Millimeter. Go. Gui Guzi nodded and left the hall. Yang Chuan thought for a while and walked toward the back of the palace. In the back of the palace, Zizi was sitting by a small lake. She was using the comb that Yang Chuan had given her to comb her hair. Meow. Sister Zizi, I realized that Yang Chuan has changed. Meow said unhappily as she gnawed on an immortal stone. What's wrong? Zizi's hand paused for a moment and then returned to normal. That day, when he was talking to Sun Wukong, he mentioned a person. I asked him for a long time, but he didn't tell me. Meow. Stinky Yang Chuan. Meow suddenly scolded. It's useless to tell you. Zizi comforted. Meow. I just don't like it. Meow shook her head. Zizi smiled slightly. At this time, Yang Chuan slowly walked over from not far away. Who made Meow unhappy? Yang Chuan said with a smile. Zizi looked over and her expression trembled. A trace of panic suddenly appeared in her heart. But she quickly hid it. Meow. It's you, it's you. Meow immediately cried out. What about me? Yang Chuan smiled. I only asked you about a person. You didn't even tell me. Meow criticized. Haha. You wouldn't know if I told you. And this person is very troublesome to talk about. I'll tell you slowly in the future. Yang Chuan smiled. Meow. That's more like it. Meow laughed. I have something to say to ZZ. Go play somewhere else. Yang Chuan smiled. Meow. What can't I listen to? Meow asked curiously. Husband and wife talk. Yang Chuan said directly. Meow. Meow snorted and skipped away. Only Yang Chuan and ZZ were by the small lake. ZZ's fingers were twirling, and there was some panic in her eyes. Taking the comb from ZZ's hand, Yang Chuan said softly, ZZ, what's wrong with you? Why do I see that you're a little absent-minded recently? No. ZZ immediately shook her head. Yang Chuan grabbed the comb and gently combed ZZ's hair. As he combed her hair, ZZ's eyes suddenly turned red. What's wrong? Yang Chuan asked softly. I. ZZ bit her lips. Yang Chuan waited patiently. Many of you have recovered the memories of your previous lives. I found that many of you have changed a lot. Even you have become more arrogant. I'm worried. ZZ's eyes were suddenly wet. Looking at ZZ, Yang Chuan held her in his arms. With a smile, Yang Chuan said, I'm still Yang Chuan. I'm still the same. It's just one more memory. The most important thing is that our love is real. It will never fade and never change. Really? ZZ's mood suddenly became better. Looking at ZZ, Yang Chuan suddenly kissed her. This kiss lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before they separated. At this moment, ZZ's body was limp, and her eyes were watery. You and I have been husband and wife for so long, but we haven't consummated our marriage yet. Wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world if word got out? Let's just do it today. Yang Chuan suddenly carried ZZ up. No. ZZ's face immediately turned red. Objection overruled. I'm not joking. Yang Chuan carried ZZ and stepped into ZZ's bedroom. All the maids were chased out. Outside, the maids all looked confused, but Meow Meow ran over again. Meow, where are Yang Chuan and Sister ZZ? Meow asked a maid. There. A maid pointed at a palace. The moment she pointed at the palace, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Meow, heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment again? Isn't Yang Chuan immune? Why is there heavenly punishment again? Meow was surprised. Chapter 1133. The Netherworld was a world without a sun, with only a silver moon shining down on the earth. Everything was heavy with yin energy, but it was also vast and boundless. In the world of the living, there were volcanoes that contained countless amounts of fire. In the Netherworld, there were springs that contained boundless yin energy. In the Netherworld, The Myriad Ghost Domain. There were dozens of springs in the Myriad Ghost Domain, and one of them was located in the center of the domain. This spring wasn't large, with a diameter of about 10,000 feet. However, over the past few thousand years, the spring's mouth had shrunk until it was only 100 feet wide. Not only this one, but the entire Myriad Ghost Domain springs were also shrinking, as if there was some kind of power that was forcefully extracting the yin energy from the entire domain. However, no one could find out what was going on. There was a villa around the spring in the center. There was a group of mysterious people living in the villa. The villa's name was Shuzhuang. This group of people didn't interact with the outside world, and they didn't care about the distribution of forces in the world. They simply guarded the spring. Within Shuzhuang was a courtyard. There was a huge alchemy furnace in the courtyard, and a silver-haired man in purple robes was sitting cross-legged beside the furnace. He was watching the fire while looking at the giant spring not far away. Celestial Emperor, Shu Fu knew that you would definitely recover. Since you've recovered your memories, this subject's memories have also been unsealed. Shu Fu was incompetent. I didn't take good care of your corpse in your previous life. When it fell into the spring, this subject will accompany this spring and wait for the Celestial Emperor to send someone over. Shu Fu's eyes flashed with determination. Master. A series of anxious cries came from the outside world. Come in, Shu Fu called out. Soon, a group of black-robed people rushed in. Master, it's not good. The two great ghost kingdoms of the Myriad Ghost Domain are at war. One of the black-robed people said anxiously. Oh. Shu Fu raised an eyebrow. Master, the Myriad Ghost Domain's two great holy courts, the Soul's Wrath Holy Court and the Soul's Wrath Holy Court, have been fighting for the past few years. Finally, the Myriad Ghost Domain has been divided into two. Now, the final battle between the two kingdoms is about to begin, and this spring will be the battlefield. One of the black-robed people said. That's right, Master. Let's leave this place quickly. The ghost soldiers of the two dynasties have already gathered in all directions. When the time comes, they will launch a general attack. Our Shuzhuang is right in the center of the battlefield. Master, the two dynasties have already sent scouts over. They want us to leave quickly. The war will officially begin tomorrow. We're at the center of the battlefield. If we don't leave, we'll be affected by the war between the two dynasties. This battlefield is occupied by the top generals of the two dynasties. Everyone said again and again. No way. Shu Fu glared at Zhongxian. Master, His Majesty is already dead. With your geomancy and alchemy skills, you'll be able to reach a high position in the Holy Court. Why are you still guarding this place? One of the disciples asked anxiously. You bastard. Shu Fu glared at Zhongxian. No one dared to say anything. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but I'll definitely stay here. If any of you leave, you won't be my disciple anymore. Shu Fu said coldly. Everyone's faces turned ugly. However, at this moment, no one dared to say that they were leaving. At the same time, no one dared to leave even though their lives were in danger. They were waiting for the danger to come tomorrow. Shu Fu and all of his disciples were waiting by the side of the secluded spring. The secluded spring was surrounded by a vast plain. Countless ghost soldiers had already gathered in the east and west of the plain. There was a large flag in the east with the words Secluded Holy Court on it. There was a large flag in the west with the words Soul Wrath Holy Court on it. The two armies had gathered. Countless ghost soldiers were exuding a murderous aura. Their bodies were blue, and wherever they stood, a bone-chilling wind would blow. Boom! Boom! The sound of soldiers gathering resounded throughout the world. The commander of the East was dressed in armor. He looked coldly at Shuzhuang, who was at the center of the battlefield. There are still ghosts that haven't moved. The commander said coldly. It's not ghosts. It's a group of people. These people are extremely stubborn. One of his subordinates said. They don't know what's good for them. If they want to die, then die. The commander said coldly. The commander of the West also looked at Shuzhuang, who was at the mouth of the secluded spring. However, there was no pity in his eyes. The commanders of the two armies were only waiting for the time to come. One of Shu Fu's disciples stood at the entrance of the villa and looked over with an extremely ugly expression. 8 million? Both sides have 8 million ghost soldiers. What should we do? A black-robed man said anxiously. Senior brother, we follow master. At worst, we will die. After we die, we will become ghost. Another black-robed man comforted. How can it be that easy? When people die, some of their souls will disperse. Only the lucky ones will turn into ghosts. Even if we turn into ghosts after death, we will be the weakest ghosts. These 10 million murderous weapons will swallow us in one gulp. That's right, junior brother. When ghost soldiers fight, most of them devour each other. If they swallow us, we will be completely gone. Everyone panicked. Inside Shu Zhuang, Shu Fu suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the secluded spring. This is the aura of the Zombie King? The Zombie King in the secluded spring? Could it be that the Celestial Emperor's corpse didn't shatter? Right, the world-suppressing bronze coffin. With the protection of the world-suppressing bronze coffin, how could the Celestial Emperor's corpse be fine? The Celestial Emperor's final cultivation was the life-stealing poison. Could it be? Could it be? Shu Fu's face suddenly revealed a trace of ecstasy. The two armies were about to fight. Other than Shu Fu's group on the battlefield, there were 3 figures standing in the distance outside the battlefield. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. There was a heroic aura between his brows, and his long hair fluttered behind him. His handsome face revealed a trace of curiosity. The 2 people behind him were expressionless, as if they were his followers. The secluded spring in the myriad ghost domain has decreased. The ancestor said that a giant demon will be born. He sent me to investigate. A giant demon? I didn't see it, but I saw this group of interesting people. The 2 armies are fighting, and this group of people still hasn't left. Interesting, interesting. The white-robed man patted his folding fan and said curiously, "Sir, should we intervene?" One of the followers behind him asked. The white-robed man twirled the folding fan in his hand and smiled slightly. No need. Strange people will do strange things. Just watch. Yes. While everyone was waiting, the horns of the 2 armies were finally blown. Woo! Kill! Kill! The marshals of the 2 armies shouted at the same time. With a loud roar, the 8 million soldiers of each army charged into the battlefield. Rumble! The Gaul army covered the sky and the earth like a huge net, covering the entire plain. The Gaul army charged quickly, and the Gaul soldiers at the front saw Shu Zhuang. Flesh and blood. Ha ha ha, I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. This flesh and blood is mine. No one is going to take it from me. It's mine, haha, mine. The Gaul army at the front charged straight at Shu Zhuang. Their eyes were filled with wild excitement. Master, this is bad. Shu Zhuang's disciples immediately shouted. The group of disciples quickly ran to the central courtyard. 8 Desolation Feng Shui, Earth Dragon Turn, Shu Fu shouted. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the ground. Then, the Earth Dragon vein was quickly drawn over and formed a huge shield that enveloped Shu Zhuang and the secluded spring. Boom. The 2 Gaul armies were blocked when they got close. Roar. A Feng Shui formation? A Feng Shui formation? I'll eat it too. I'm a hungry Gaul. As long as it's energy, I'll eat it. Roar. Tens of thousands of hungry Gauls surrounded the Feng Shui formation and quickly gnawed at the dragon chi outside the formation. What should we do, master? The disciples were terrified. The disciples were terrified, but Shu Fu did not blame them. At the very least, none of the disciples betrayed him. At the most critical moment, none of them left. They chose to believe in him. Let's go to the mouth of the secluded spring, Shu Fu said excitedly. Ah! Everyone was terrified. But they still followed Shu Fu. They're out. There's so much flesh and blood. Haha, eating a human is more worthwhile than eating 10 Gauls. A Gaul shouted. Haha. The Gauls attacked the Feng Shui formation, but even more Gauls were fighting. The Gaul soldiers of the two armies quickly weaved in and out of the battlefield. Rumble. The entire plain was shrouded in a strong murderous aura. The Gauls were killing each other. The commanders of the two armies stood on opposite sides of the battlefield and watched the battle. In the distance, the young man in white was also watching quietly. He looked at the Gauls gnawing at the dragon chi in the distance and did not understand Shu Fu's plan. Shu Fu led the disciples to the mouth of the secluded spring. The bottom of the secluded spring was liquid, and the top was mist-like dark yin chi. "What are we doing here, Master?" the disciples asked coldly. The Gauls around them howled. The scene was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. Shu Fu's eyes lit up because the dark yin chi in the secluded spring was churning violently. Gurgle. The dark yin chi churned, and Shu Fu's eyes became more and more excited. In fact, he was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Boom. A small opening appeared in the distance, and a large number of Gauls rushed in. Ah! The disciples quickly waved their Dharma treasures in fear to fight the Gauls that rushed in. The disciples were slightly stronger, but the Gauls were endless. "Quick, the formation is about to break. Eat. Don't let them take the flesh and blood. These people are mine." The Gauls roared excitedly. The secluded spring churned for a while. Finally, a loud sound was heard. Boom. With a loud sound, a monstrous dark yin chi burst out from the secluded spring. Countless secluded spring exploded and shot into the sky, shooting in all directions. Shu Fu's formation was shattered, and some of the Gauls were also blown away. Rumble. Following the monstrous dark yin chi, a figure slowly floated out of the secluded spring. It was a man in a black dragon robe, and his entire body was emitting a dark yin chi. The dark yin chi surrounded him, and it seemed to condense into a black dragon that circled in the sky. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, 5 dragon boots on his feet, and a black dragon imperial robe. A huge deterrent force was emitted, forcing countless Gauls to retreat. The powerhouses in all directions looked at him in surprise. "Zombie," a marshal said in surprise. "Zombie Emperor." While countless powerhouses were still in shock, the zombie emperor floated into the sky. He looked exactly like Yang Chuan, the zombie Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's eyes were red, and 2 blood-red fangs were exposed in his mouth. He looked extremely majestic. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of cloth being torn could be heard from Yang Chuan's back. A pair of huge wings suddenly appeared on Yang Chuan's back. The wings were 20 meters long. They were hairless, but looking from afar, it was breathtaking. It was a pair of dragon bone wings, and the dragon bones were covered with a layer of fine dragon scales. It looked like a bat's wing, but the entire wing was covered with dragon scales. The dragon bones seemed to be covered with dragon skin, and the dragon scales stood upright. Flying high in the sky, with a vast moon behind him, it looked like the Lord of all demons had descended. The zombie emperor opened his mouth and roared at the sky. Roar. The zombie emperor's roar did not sound like a human's, but like a dragon's roar. The loud dragon roar formed sound waves that radiated out in circles, like countless light wheels spreading out. Countless ghost soldiers suddenly fell to the ground, holding their heads in pain, rolling on the ground. The 2 marshals looked at the zombie emperor's roar in panic, and a strong sense of confusion flashed in their eyes. In the distance, the white-clothed young master's eyes widened. Roar! The void trembled from the roar. This is the void shaking. This is the giant demon that the old ancestor spoke of. This is the giant demon, the white-clothed young master exclaimed. Roar! The dragon's roar suppressed the world. At this moment, the world was filled with dragon's roar. Your subject, Shu Fu, welcomes the return of the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years. Shu Fu was so excited that his whole body trembled as he knelt down. The moment Shu Fu knelt down, the disciples quickly followed suit. In the sky, Yang Chuan's dragon roar lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time before it stopped. The huge dragon bone wings flapped slightly, and he looked down. The countless ghost soldiers looked at the sky in shock. "Zombie, who are you?" "Zombie King, I am the first army commander of the Nether Holy Court. Yu Wuxia. Zombie King, I am the first army commander of the Soul Fury Holy Court, Chen Ju. Who are you? The commanders of both sides let out loud shouts. Yang Chuan looked down at the entire plain, but he ignored the two ghosts. His eyes were still red. Suddenly, the red light in his eyes condensed. Suck tilde 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 tilde. Yang Chuan opened his mouth and took a deep breath. As he inhaled, a majestic suction force covered the entire plain. Help! A hungry ghost screamed in shock. Under this suction force, the hungry ghost was sucked into the sky and into the Zombie King's mouth. It wasn't that hungry ghost, but countless ghost soldiers. Countless ghost soldiers couldn't help but be sucked into the sky. Save me. Commander, save me. No. Countless ghost soldiers were sucked into the sky and into the Zombie King's mouth. Originally, these ghost soldiers wanted to eat people, but now, it was as if they were being eaten. They all roared in shock. As for the Zombie King Yang Chuan's mouth, it was like a bottomless pit. The rolling ghost soldiers were all sucked into his mouth like a surging river. Rumble. Under this suction force, the countless ghost soldiers couldn't even escape. This suction force covered the entire plain. Of the 10 million ghost soldiers of the two dynasties, none of them were able to escape. Even the two marshals were roaring in shock as they tried to resist this suction force. No, impossible. How could this be? The two marshals roared in horror. In the distance, the white-clothed young master also sucked in a breath of cold air. The appearance of the giant demon sucked in millions of ghost soldiers. What a powerful demon! Chapter 1134. Giant Demon, absorbing millions of ghost soldiers. What a powerful demon! The white-robed young master sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. A zombie king from the secluded spring? One of his followers asked. Not only that, I have seen many zombie kings from the secluded spring, but this is the first time I have seen such a demonic one. The white-robed young master said seriously. Young master, should we capture him? One of his followers asked. No need, the old ancestor sent me here to take a look and report to the old ancestor. The white-robed young master shook his head. In the distance. Rumble. The rolling ghost soldiers were swallowed by the zombie Yang Chuan. The two commanders roared in shock as they struggled against the suction force, barely managing to block it. The other ghost soldiers were not so lucky. 16 million ghost soldiers were all sucked into the Zombie King's mouth. While absorbing the ghost soldiers, Yang Chuan's red eyes slowly regained their clarity. After a while, the suction force stopped. Roar. Retracting his fangs, Yang Chuan looked around. The countless ghost soldiers that had filled up the vast plains were now all gone, leaving behind only the commanders of the two armies. They stared blankly and fearfully at the Zombie King with dragon wings on his back. Shu Fu's eyes were filled with excitement. This scene was so familiar. On the other hand, Shu Fu's disciples were completely horrified. Secluded Holy Court? Soul Wrath Holy Court? The Zombie King suddenly said. The expressions of the First Legion commanders of the two dynasties turned ugly. I am Yu Wuxia, greetings senior. I am Chen Ju, greetings senior. The two of them no longer had the arrogance from before. They understood that if the Zombie King did not show mercy, they would have been swallowed into his stomach. The Zombie King looked at the two of them and said, Go back and tell your holy king that 500 million li is my territory. Anyone who dares to invade will die. The faces of the two commanders twitched. 500 million li? This was forcibly taking over the territory of two dynasties. This was blatant aggression. Although the two of them were from two different dynasties, they did not dare to refute. I will definitely pass on senior's words. Great perfection Holy Court, Yang Chuan, the Zombie King said. Great perfection Holy Court? Yang Chuan? The two commanders were at a loss. I've never heard of it before. Was there such a thing in the history of the myriad ghost weave? Goodbye. The two of them said immediately. After saying that, the two commanders turned around and quickly flew away. There was no hesitation at all. There were more than 10 million ghostly soldiers, and he could eat them all in a single bite. Staying behind would be suicide. Zombie Yang Chuan ignored the departure of the 2 legion commanders. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Oh no, he's discovered us. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the 2 lackeys changed as well. They quickly grabbed their weapons and stood on guard. The 3 of them were on high alert. After all, they had set up a formation around them. Under such circumstances, how could he see through it with a single glance? Yang Chuan indeed saw the white-clothed man, but soon, Yang Chuan no longer paid attention to him. Boom! The wings on his back flapped, and all of them shrank back. Yang Chuan slowly descended from the sky and landed at the mouth of the secluded spring. The Celestial Emperor. Shu Fu congratulates the Celestial Emperor on your rebirth, Shu Fu said excitedly. Shu Fu knelt down, and the group of disciples quickly followed suit. They all looked curiously at Yang Chuan. The Celestial Emperor? Isn't he the Emperor? How did he become the Celestial Emperor? Is Master so excited that he's confused? In the distance, the white-clothed man was speechless. He's looking down on us. The white-clothed man suddenly felt like a crow was flying over his head. He's too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously. The 3 of them had strange expressions. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. I know, this giant demon isn't ordinary. He saw through our intentions with just a glance. Oh! We don't have any enmity towards him, so he ignored us. What strong eyesight! A giant demon? Yang Chuan? The white-clothed man frowned. Sir, what should we do next? One of the lackeys asked. The appearance of a giant demon won't be so simple. Something big will definitely happen in the myriad ghost domain. 1 person against 2 dynasties? Haha, there's a lot to see. This giant demon can see through my desolation transformation formation with just a glance. Let's go back and wait for the 2 dynasties' reaction, the white-clothed man said as he patted his fan. Yes. The 3 of them stepped forward and shot in a direction. Shu Fu and the others knelt down. Yang Chuan's expression relaxed. Shu Fu, you've worked hard all these years. It's good that the Celestial Emperor has returned. I have no regrets. Shu Fu said excitedly. Get up. Gui Guzi is already here. He'll find us soon. Yang Chuan said. Sir is here. That's good. Shu Fu said excitedly. Yang Chuan nodded and waved his hand at the secluded spring. Boom. The sky-burying coffin flew out of the secluded spring. As it flew out, Shu Fu was filled with admiration. Yang Chuan didn't put away the sky-burying coffin. Instead, he looked at the coffin. Come out. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, 3 sword lights shot out from the sky-burying coffin and flew in front of Yang Chuan. Wang. The sound of swords rang out, and the surrounding void trembled. In front of Yang Chuan were 3 long swords, the Grand Emperor Sword, the Jade Emperor Sword, and the God Sword. One was black and yellow, one was red and black, and the last was pure white. Wang. The 3 swords trembled violently. As they trembled, the 3 long swords suddenly changed shape. In everyone's eyes, the 3 long swords slowly turned into human forms. The 3 men with sword chi rushed into the sky. One was wearing a black and yellow robe, another was wearing a red and black robe, and the last one was wearing a white robe. The 3 men had eye-catching sword-like eyebrows, and their bodies were surrounded by sword intent. Between their brows, there seemed to be sword chi shooting out at any time. Every strand of their hair seemed to be condensed from sharp sword intent. Boom! Countless sword chi surrounded them, and suddenly, they all gathered into their bodies. The Grand Emperor pays his respects to Master. The Jade Emperor pays his respects to Master. The God Emperor pays his respects to Master. The 3 of them bowed respectfully to Yang Chuan. Swords turning into human forms? Shu Fu's disciples all revealed looks of shock. Yang Chuan nodded and said, Jade Emperor, go after Yu Wuxia, and the God Emperor, go after Chen Ju. Follow them to their respective capitals and cut off their dragon veins as a warning. Yes. Jade Emperor and the God Emperor replied. Whoosh. The 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light and shot straight away. Desolation waited for the thunderous might of the two dynasties, but Yang Chuan made a move first. The two great divine swords each went to a different place and wreaked havoc in the sacred court. Celestial Emperor, please move to Shu Zhuang, Shu Fu said excitedly. Yang Chuan nodded. However, at this moment, Yang Chuan's expression froze. Hey! Yang Chuan's surprise didn't come from the netherworld, but from the world of the living. World of the living, Xian Yang, in the chambers of concubines, Yang Chuan and Zizi formally performed the ceremony of husband and wife. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and pressed down on Zizi's chamber as if they were going to completely destroy it. Buzz. Vaguely, a seemingly invisible pillar of heaven shot into the sky and went straight for the tribulation clouds. Boom. The vast tribulation clouds suddenly exploded as if they were expelled by the pillar of heaven. The pillar of heaven was naturally Yang Chuan's imperfect heavenly path. However, it was enough to dispel the tribulation. This was because she was the wife of a Tao god and was protected by the heavenly Tao. Only a Tao god could have her. Now that Yang Chuan had proven his identity with the imperfect heavenly Tao, the other heavenly Taos no longer targeted him. Many people gathered outside. Inside the chamber, Yang Chuan and Zizi were even more surprised. The two of them were honest with each other. Zizi lay in Yang Chuan's arms with a happy and satisfied face. Yang Chuan stroked Zizi's smooth back and sighed in his heart. Now, you don't have to worry, right? Yang Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Zizi's face blushed. Wife of a Tao god. No wonder Kong Outian wanted to snatch you back then. It turns out that only the fate of a Tao god can awaken the fate in your body. Are you also a Tao god? Yang Chuan exclaimed. Me. Moreover, you're one of the most special Tao gods. Yang Chuan sighed. Zizi lay in Yang Chuan's arms and turned her hand slightly. A yellow pillar appeared in her palm. This is the heavenly path? Zizi asked in surprise. Yes, and it's the heavenly path that I need the most now. This heavenly path actually sealed itself back then. Haha, now that it has appeared again, it saves me a lot of effort. Yang Chuan said with a smile. Really? Zizi's eyes lit up. From Yang Chuan's tone, it seemed that her heavenly path could be of great help to Yang Chuan. Yes. Although your control over it is limited and you can't use its power, I don't need it to fight my enemies. Moreover, this heavenly path doesn't have much offensive power. It's not like other heavenly paths that are everywhere. This heavenly path can only stay in one place and won't move. Yang Chuan nodded. Zizi said in surprise. Zizi had a certain understanding of the heavenly path. The heavenly path formed the world and was everywhere. If someone could mobilize the power of the heavenly path, they could even mobilize it in different places at the same time. Your heavenly path has another name, the road to the underworld. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Road to the underworld? Zizi said in surprise. The heavenly path that you control is the third road to the underworld. When the heroes of the world know about it, there will be a lot of competition. However, it doesn't matter. With me around, no one can take you away, Yang Chuan said with certainty. Yes. Zizi nodded gently. Road to the underworld? After a few years, I'll prepare everything and officially open the road to the underworld. When the road to the underworld opens, the true dragon weave and the myriad ghost weave will become one, Yang Chuan said happily. Will opening the road to the underworld be dangerous? Will it attract a lot of powerhouses? Zizi asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. When it opens, I'll do my best to expand the territory. By the time the powerhouses of the world hear about it and come, it'll be too late. I've already stabilized the 4 directions, so who can take me away? Whoever wants to travel between the 2 realms will have to pay you a toll, Yang Chuan said with a smile. Zizi's face turned red as she pushed Yang Chuan away. The underworld. The myriad ghost weave. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Shu Fu asked curiously. It's nothing. I was too conservative before. It won't be long before the Great Shan army descends into the underworld. There's no need for the Yushan and Hun Nu holy courts to exist, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh. Everyone was confused. Chapter 1135. 5 years later. The scouts of the various forces in the True Dragon territory all noticed that something was wrong with Xianyang. In the east of Xianyang, there was a huge area that was designated as the Forbidden Land of the Great Shan dynasty. It was guarded by the tiger race's paragon, by Ditian. No outsiders were allowed to come close. Although the scouts were surprised by this forbidden area, they didn't think much of it. After all, every country had their own forbidden areas. However, in recent years, a large number of Great Shan's troops had entered the forbidden area. Once they entered, there was no news of them. In the forbidden area, Yang Chuan and Zizi led some important ministers to the center of the forbidden area. On the outside, the various legions were surrounding them. Countless soldiers stood respectfully. He waited quietly. The ministers looked at Zizi in surprise. "Let's begin," Yang Chuan encouraged. "Yes." Zizi nodded. Zizi took a step forward, closed her eyes, and opened her arms. The officials waited quietly, and so did Yang Chuan. "Who?" Suddenly, with Zizi as the center, a gust of wind blew in all directions. The wind raged and blew in all directions. It even blew to every corner of Xianyang. For a moment, violent winds rose from all four corners of Xianyang. All around, countless scouts from various countries stared in shock at the forbidden ground and rushed towards it. Boom! 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 With Bai Ditian personally leading the charge, all the scouts from the various nations that rushed over were sent flying. Rumble! Inside the forbidden area, the ground was cracking, and from within the cracks, boundless yin energy shot up into the sky. Surging yin energy appeared, and the surroundings were immediately filled with wails and howls. Ghost Valley locking yin poison. Ang! Ang! Following Gui Gu's shout, the dragon veins in the surroundings surrounded him and quickly locked the yin chi in the center, not allowing any of it to leak out. Yin energy enveloped everyone. Vaguely, all the soldiers suddenly saw an extremely vast heavenly pillar. The heavenly pillar soared to the 9th heaven and descended to the 9th underworld. This was the heavenly Tao that Zizi controlled. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, the shocking feeling caused everyone's hearts to tighten. The heavenly Tao was not fixed there, as if it was slowly sinking into the ground. Rumble! The yellow pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet suddenly sank into the ground, sinking deeper and deeper until it was completely submerged into the ground. Boom! The surrounding space trembled, and the yellow pillar stopped moving. Before everyone's eyes was a deep pit with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. Within the deep pit, surging yellow water flowed endlessly. Yin Qi constantly appeared around the yellow water, but it was quickly controlled by Giguzi. Yin energy condensed and slowly formed a black fog that surrounded the entrance to the yellow springs. It was a huge lake with a diameter of 30,000 meters. The lake was filled with rolling yellow water. Hiss! The officials gasped in excitement. In the mortal realm, everything was under control. Although there was a sensation, it wasn't intense. Things were different in the underworld. The entire 10,000 ghost domain exploded with a bang. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The entire myriad ghost domain shook violently. Sacred King Nether, Sacred King and Sacred King Soul Rage both walked out of their respective halls and looked into the distance in shock. Something's not right. The two Sacred Kings' faces darkened. At the center of the myriad ghost weave, within a city, Desolation Hua and his two followers were in the middle of a discussion. Sacred King Nether, Sacred King and Sacred King Soul Rage ignored Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan demanded a radius of 500 million miles. Neither of them were willing to give up their territory, but neither of them came to attack him. One of the followers frowned. Who asked this Yang Chuan to be so strong? He sent 2 sword cultivators, and they actually caused a ruckus in 2 sacred halls and left safely. The 2 sacred kings have no choice but to pay attention to Yang Chuan, the other follower said in a low voice. Desolation Hua patted the folding fan in his hand and narrowed his eyes. According to my guess, this Yang Chuan seems to be planning something big. Oh, why do you say that? When Yang Chuan was born, How domineering was he? In these 5 years, his actually holed up in one place? That's not realistic. Does he really not care about 500 million miles? Not necessarily. Maybe he's planning something even bigger. Desolation, who guessed. Something even bigger? Is it useful? How can they control the territory with so few people? A country doesn't just rely on the emperor to be strong, it also needs the cooperation of countless people. Let's wait and see. Desolation, who smiled. Just as they were talking, a loud sound came from the outside world. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The city that they were in almost collapsed. The three of them quickly walked out of the hall and looked into the distance. In the distance, they saw a huge pillar descending from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Below the pillar, a rolling yellow sea appeared. The yellow sea flowed in reverse and rushed to the sky along with the pillar. Rumble. Rolling yellow water rushed to the sky. All of a sudden, the countless yin souls drifting between the heavens and the earth seemed to have found a refuge as they quickly rushed towards the yellow spring sea. Rumble. The yellow spring flowed in reverse and reached the 9 heavens. The yellow spring path? Desolation Hua's face changed. How is that possible? Even the ancestral master couldn't find it. How could it appear here? Is it a coincidence? No, it's Yang Chuan. It's Yang Chuan who found it. Desolation Hua's eyes lit up as he realized. Desolation Hua took a step and rushed toward the yellow spring path. His 2 followers followed closely behind. Desolation Hua wasn't the only one. The experts in the surrounding cities who saw this all flew toward the yellow spring path. Yellow spring path. After 5 years, this place was no longer what it used to be. Although the yellow spring path hadn't opened, Yang Chuan's sky-burying coffin could still send many people over. South of the yellow spring path, there was a new city. It was like Xianyang City in the Yang world. It was just that there weren't many people, and many of the constructions were only in the beginning stages. At the border of the city, there was a huge stele with 3 huge words on it. Great Qin City. Outside the Great Qin City, there were some soldiers gathered. Zombie Yang Chuan led all the soldiers to the shore of the Yellow Spring Sea. Shu Fu stood at the side. The Yellow Spring path is open. Sage King, I'll go take a look, Shu Fu said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Shu Fu strode into the Yellow Spring Sea, rushing straight for the huge water pillar that went against the current. Boom. He rushed into the pillar. Zombie Yang Chuan led everyone to wait. Rumble. Not long after. In the Yang world. At the Yellow Spring path, there was a huge yellow spring lake. Boom. Shu Fu rushed out of the lake. Around him, countless soldiers and officials were waiting. Zizi was already standing beside Yang Chuan, looking a little tired. Meow. The Yellow Spring path? Meow jumped into Zizi's arms and said in surprise. As soon as Shu Fu came out, he immediately saw Yang Chuan and the others. Greetings, Sage King, Empress, and my colleagues, Shu Fu said with a smile. Shu Fu, how's the Yellow Spring path? Yang Chuan asked. It's very stable, Shu Fu said excitedly. Since that's the case, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Sai, Yin Hentian, and Yi Feng lead the soldiers into the Yang world. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The officials obeyed. Rumble. Under the command of Wang Jian and Meng Tian, the army quickly jumped toward the Yellow Spring path and entered the Yang world. Shu Fu, from now on, you will be the deputy director of the Imperial Astronomer and assist Gui Guzi from time to time. You will also be in charge of the Yellow Spring path. Yang Chuan said seriously. Yes, Your Majesty, Shu Fu replied. Chapter 1136. Rumble. A large number of soldiers and horses rushed down, passing through the Yellow Springs Road and quickly entering the Netherworld. The group of Legion commanders followed suit. Underworld, Yellow Springs Sea. In a short period of time, a large number of Yin spirits had rushed over and rushed into the Yellow Springs Sea. They wanted to go through the Yellow Springs Road and return to the world of the living. However, at this moment, the Yellow Springs Road seemed to have been set up by ZZ, making it difficult for ghosts to pass through as easily as Shufu. On the contrary, these ghosts could only crawl up the Yellow Springs Road. As they crawled, they didn't know when they would reach the end. Rumble. In the Yellow Springs Sea, army after army rushed out. The army that entered from the Yang realm quickly arrived in the Yang realm. When he arrived at the underworld, he immediately saw a group of soldiers waiting for him. Even His Majesty is here. The army was slightly stunned. However, Yi Feng and the others immediately reacted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yi Feng, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the others quickly called out. Zombie Yang Chuan nodded. Meng Tian, lead the First Legion and guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone come close. Zombie Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Tian led the army to block the incoming figures. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, streams of light shot over. Yellow Springs Road, it's actually the Yellow Springs Road. A voice cried out. Boom. The person who shouted was sent flying by a huge force. The people flying over from all directions were slightly stunned. He immediately stopped. Everyone, stop. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will be treated as an enemy of the Great Perfection Realm and will be killed without mercy. Meng Tian shouted loudly, his voice spreading in all directions. The experts in the surroundings were shocked. However, there were still some who refused to believe it. Where did this brat come from? I am the City Lord of Yellow Ghost City from the Nether Holy Court. Get out of my way, shouted a yellow-robed expert. A vast spear energy greeted him. Ah! Boom! The City Lord of Huang Ghost City exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. Meng Tian stood in the blood mist and looked around. Who else wants to die? Meng Tian glared. Ka. Great Shan armies kept appearing from all directions, and the expressions of countless powerhouses became extremely ugly. An army from the mortal realm? The expressions of countless powerhouses in the vicinity turned extremely ugly. Almost everyone in this area was from the Nether Holy Court and the Soul Fury Holy Court. At this moment, they both felt that something was amiss. The Zombie King, who was originally alone, seemed to have an army now. And it's even an army from the mortal realm? Seeing the army continuously entering the underworld, countless experts felt a chill in their hearts. Quick! Go back and report this to the Saint King. Scouts from both nations immediately fled. However, there were even more who chose to stay behind. For those who weren't afraid of death, they stepped forward again. But even before Meng Tian could act, all of them were blasted into smithereens by the First Legion. The experts were terrified of the battle prowess of Diasian's army and could only watch from afar. Desolation Hua brought his 2 lackeys over as well. Looking from afar, he squinted his eyes. Something's not right. This zombie king Yang Chuan was just born. How could he suddenly have such an army? Desolation Hua frowned. Young master, should I go and take a look? One of the lackeys asked. No, you are not their opponent. Desolation Hua shook his head. Ah! The two exclaimed in surprise. Desolation Hua's face gradually became serious. It seems that this isn't as simple as the birth of a giant demon. The myriad ghost domain should correspond to the true dragon domain, right? These people all came from the true dragon domain. However, according to the information that the old ancestor gave me, the true dragon domain didn't have a powerful country called Diasian. Desolation Hua frowned. While everyone was still in shock, more and more of Diasian's army entered the underworld. Not long after, the army had reached 10 million people. When the scouts from the 2 dynasties saw this scene, their faces twitched. 10 million? So many people. We greet the Saint King. Long live the Saint King! Long live the Saint King! The army of 10 million shouted in unison. There was an army in this group, but there were also many civil officials. Jin Dayu, lead the 3rd Legion to guard this place. No one is allowed to approach. Everyone else, follow me into the Great Qin City, Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Jin Dayu, who was the last to arrive, replied. Yang Chuan stepped forward and led the army towards the Great Qin City. Along the way, The army of 10 million was extremely disciplined. They entered the Great Qin city in an orderly manner. With the sudden addition of 10 million people, the Great Qin city became much livelier. They headed straight for the Imperial Palace. Great Qin City's Imperial Palace, Imperial Court Hall, Central Hall. It was one of the two great halls of Diezhen, along with the Yang Realm's Chaotian Hall. In the plaza in front of the Central Hall, Yang Chuan looked at the sky. The officials led by Yi Feng, Li Sai, and the others stood respectfully. In the Yang Realm, in the Chaotian Hall's plaza, Yang Chuan, Lu Buwei, and the other officials stood in the plaza. The two Yang Chuan looked at the sky at the same time. In the Yang Realm, Yang Chuan looked at the Sea of Providence and suddenly roared, Diezhen's Providence, split. Boom. The vast Sea of Providence was suddenly torn apart in the sky, splitting into two. Roar. The Yang Chuan statue transformed into the 18-clawed Golden Dragon of Providence. Golden Dragon of Providence, split. Yang Chuan roared. Roar. The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly roared in pain. Countless citizens of Xianyang looked at the sky in surprise, not knowing what the Sage King was going to do. The surrounding sentries also looked at the sky in shock. Boom. As the Golden Dragon of Providence trembled, its head suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Suddenly, two heads shook out. The two heads trembled incessantly as if they were about to tear the body apart. Roar. Roar. The two heads roared, and the giant dragon quickly tore apart. Boom. The 18-clawed Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly split into two, turning into two Golden Dragons of Providence. The two Golden Dragons of Providence condensed on their own. However, they were much weaker than before. Clearly, they needed a huge amount of Providence to slowly recover. The two identical 18-clawed Golden Dragons of Providence established two capitals, Xianyang City and Great Qin City. The heavens' fate, divide and serve. The human Yang Chuan shouted. Roar. One of the Golden Dragons of Providence suddenly roared. Boom. Dragging half of the Providence, it headed straight for the road to the Yellow Springs. Rumble. After tumbling in the road to the Yellow Springs for a while, it came out of the netherworld. Boom. The Golden Dragon of Providence charged straight for the Great Qin City and flew in front of zombie Yang Chuan. Roar. The Golden Dragon of Providence soared into the sky and floated above the Great Qin City. Rumble. The Sea of Providence shook and slowly settled down. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of small golden dragons quickly turned into the appearance of courtiers. Just like in the mortal world, they quickly condensed into divine statues. With the arrival of Providence, the Golden Dragon appeared. The Great Shen Holy Court had officially established a foothold in the netherworld. Countless experts in the surroundings were confused. Providence. Capital. Emperor. Courtiers. Army. Apart from the lack of territory, it was as if all the elements of a country had been gathered. Territory. Territory. Suddenly, many spies of the two dynasties shuddered. Great Shen is going to expand its territory. Great Shen is going to send troops. The spies of the two dynasties shuddered. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Many experts quickly flew back, wanting to send the news to the capital as soon as possible. On the other side, Qiliang Hua's face darkened. Something's not right. Why does this Yang Chuan have such a strange aura? It's one thing for the mortal world to send troops, but there's also a Sea of Providence. Qiliang Hua's face darkened. Young master, that won't do. Left attendant, go back and see the old ancestor immediately. Tell him that I told you to send people to the Zhenlong domain in the Yang realm and gather all information about Diezhen as quickly as possible, Mournful Spirit said with a grave expression. Heh! Young master, this is just a holy court. Aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? One of the lackeys asked in surprise. My foresight has never been wrong. Otherwise, the old ancestor wouldn't have sent me to the Myriad Ghost domain to investigate. I need to be quick. Remember, quick. Qiliang Hua said in a deep voice. Yes. The lackey replied. Chapter 1137. At the Yellow Springs Road. Diezhen was heavily guarded, and news from the Yang realm had been sealed. Although many people knew about the Nether realm, with Jin Dayu leading the 3rd Legion, no one dared to approach. Nether realm, Great Qin City, Central Hall. The officials stood respectfully, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Reporting to Sage King, according to the information we have gathered in the past 5 years, although the myriad ghost domain is divided into 2, the world is not stable. In the past, the 10 countries had just unified into 2 countries, and the cities have different feelings of belonging to the 2 holy halls. The citizens of the cities miss their old countries, and they are even more conflicted with the 2 countries. Diezhan is now the time to mobilize troop. Mobilizing troops will be a great victory, Yi Feng said solemnly. On the dragon throne, Yang Chuan nodded. In the myriad ghost domain, the Holy Court of Great Shun is the rightful ruler of the world. The various nations are at war, and the Yushan and Han dynasties have raged against each other, inciting the resentment of the masses. The 2 dynasties will not rest until one of them is dead. If this continues, the common people will definitely suffer. Since Diezhan is established, the world will be at peace, and the myriad ghost domain will be at peace. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The officials replied. Yi Feng will be in charge of the punitive expedition headquarters, and the myriad ghost domain will be at large. Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng replied. Meng Tian will be the secluded Divine Lord Marshal, and Li Sai will be the Deputy Marshal. The secluded Divine Lord will establish the territory and rule the world, Yang Chuan ordered. In other words, Meng Tian would lead the troops, and Li Sai would take care of the logistic. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 replied. Wang Jian will be the secluded Divine Lord Marshal, and Yin Hentian will be the Deputy Marshal. The secluded Divine Lord will establish the territory and rule the world, Yang Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Jian and Yin Hentian replied. After the 2 acknowledged the order, Wang Jian returned to his position, but Yin Hentian did not. Yin Hentian, do you have something else? Yang Chuan asked. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Yin Hentian mustered his courage. Sage King, I have a request. Yin Hentian said. Oh. Clenching his fists, Yin Hentian's eyes reddened as he said, Soul Rage Sage King, Zhuo Tianhun, pleads with the Sage King to kill him. With that, Yin Hentian bowed solemnly. No one doubted the final result of this expedition. The Great Shan Empire would definitely win. The only question was how they would win. It was very likely that in the end, the 2 emperors would submit. Or force them to flee. But Yin Hentian wanted Zhuo Tianhun to die. Sacred King, I've done some investigation. The Soul Rage Sacred King, Zhuo Tianhun, is a disciple of the Zhuo clan's side branch. Although his status in the Zhuo clan isn't high, killing Zhuo Tianhun will offend the Zhuo clan. The Zhuo family is an extremely powerful force in this world. No, it is one of the top forces in the world. Yin Hentian said frankly. One of the top forces in the world? The ministers were surprised. Many people had heard of the Zhuo family. After all, they had dreamt of Tianji for 5,000 years, so they had more or less heard of them. However, they had never heard of the Zhuo family being one of the top forces. Everyone looked at Yang Chuan, and so did Yang Chuan. Zhuo family? The enemy that you mentioned? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, the main culprit who caused the destruction of my family. I will never forget it. Yin Hentian lifted his head and looked at Yang Chuan. At the same time, he seemed to be forcing Yang Chuan to state his position. Yin Hentian had stayed in the Great Shan Empire so that he could one day avenge himself. Yin Hentian had seen how powerful the Great Shan Empire was, but what was the attitude of the Great Shan Empire? Did the Sacred King still remember his promise? Yang Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. He naturally knew what Yin Hentian was planning. However, Yang Chuan wasn't angry. Approved. Yang Chuan suddenly said. Wang Jian. Yes, Your Majesty. Capture the Soul Rage royal family and hand them over to Yin Hentian, Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Jian naturally replied. Thank you, Sacred King. I will not let you down. Yin Hentian said with tears in his eyes. He was touched. Yin Hentian knew that Yang Chuan might have had a powerful past life, but he had not recovered to his peak. Even so, Yang Chuan had supported him without hesitation. Yin Hentian suddenly felt like a gentleman who would die for his bosom friend. Yi Feng. Yang Chuan looked at Yi Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng stepped forward again. I have received news that a ghost immortal has opened a star-scattered chess hall in the myriad ghost domains Liluor City, Yang Chuan said. Hey! Yi Feng was slightly surprised. The Sacred King had received news. This meant that the news wasn't from the East Factory. It should have been from Bu Tian Pavilion. However, Liluor City, Ghost Immortal, Star-Scattered Chess Hall? What did that mean? That Ghost Immortal is called Chen Feitian. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Chen Feitian? Yi Feng seemed to have contracted hysteria. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with intense emotion. Chen Feitian was Yi Feng's wife. When Yang Chuan had persuaded Yi Feng to follow him back then, a large part of the reason was Chen Feitian. As long as they established the Immortal Kingdom together, the Immortal Kingdom's forces would definitely help Yi Feng find Chen Feitian's whereabouts in the Netherworld. 5 years ago, Yi Feng had asked Gui Guzi to send people to search for her, but there had been no results. Now, there was. One had to know that Yi Feng had not remarried all these years because of his stubbornness. I have already sent people to protect the star-scattered chess hall. This is Chen Feitian's portrait. Yang Chuan handed it over. A scroll flew quickly to Yi Feng. Yi Feng carried an intense joy as he quickly unfolded it. The moment the scroll opened, it revealed a woman in white. She looked extremely beautiful on the left side, but on the right side, there was a long scar. Feitian, it's really Feitian. This scar. Yi Feng was excited at first, but when he saw the scar on her face, his eyebrows jumped wildly. It is said that after the sealed world collapsed, Chen Feitian obtained a ghostly cultivation method in the Netherworld. Her cultivation was quite good, and because of her beauty, she was fancied by a disciple of the Soul Fury Holy Court. He wanted to take her as a concubine, but Chen Feitian was unwilling. She used weaving fire to injure her soul and destroyed her own appearance, avoiding disaster, Yang Chuan said. Yi Feng's eyes were already red. That disciple is called Zhujiang. He is now the assistant minister of the Soul Fury Holy Court's Ministry of War. When I received the news, I did not make a move. You can deal with everything yourself, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Holy King. Yi Feng's voice trembled. This was a trembling that could only be caused by suppressing a surging aura. It felt like he was about to explode at any moment, causing the surrounding officials to feel a bone-piercing chill. Yi Feng had always been cultured and refined. He had always been indifferent and had never had a temper. Why was he so angry now? The officials didn't need to guess. They all knew what would happen to Zhujiang. Yi Feng, reorganize the army. We'll set out in 10 days. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Understood. Yi Feng replied through gritted teeth. Court is dismiss. Yang Chuan said indifferently. Long live the Holy King, long live the Holy King. The officials bowed and retreated. Set out in 10 days. There was no need for 10 days. In 3 days, Yi Feng urged the 2 marshals to set out. The expedition to Myriad Ghost Domain had officially begun. Rumble. The army set out. For a time, the flames of war rose in Myriad Ghost Domain. Meng Tian and Wang Jian had been born to lead armies since ancient times. Under the training of these 2 fierce gods, the soldiers under their command had all become fierce gods. An army of 1,000,000 fierce gods continuously set out for the various major cities. In front of these 2 fierce gods, the various major cities couldn't withstand a single blow. This was especially true for cities that didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the 2 dynasties. In just a month, the 2 marshals had subdued 18 cities. They continued to spread out in all directions. Li Sai and Yin Hentian were both powerful logistics officials. They had also nurtured a large number of civil officials and quickly stabilized the cities they had subdued. They also quickly recruited soldiers and recruited talents with generous rewards. The officials didn't keep a single immortal stone from the cities they had conquered. They threw all of it into the battlefield. This was because all the officials understood that these immortal stones didn't count for much. The only thing that was truly useful was the merits. War was always accompanied by a large number of merits. Whoever obtained more merits would gain more power and influence when the myriad ghost weave was unified. What were spirit stones? Once power arrived, the Holy King would reward immortal tools, immortal pills, and immortal techniques. They were all wholesale. The Holy King was never stingy with his rewards. As long as there was merit, there would be rewards. The powerful machinery of the empire quickly began to operate. However, when the news of the Yellow Springs path reached the two holy halls' capitals, Great Shun had already conquered 50 cities of the two dynasties. It was a virtuous cycle that was constantly expanding. What Li Sai and Yin Hentian were doing the most now was to continuously take part in the literary examinations and continuously select the most useful talents so that they could continue the selection process. Great Shun's expansion was like the sun at noon. The Holy Hall's capital. The Holy King was listening to his subordinates' report. The officials were in an uproar. How is that possible? How long has it been? Half a year. The Holy Hall of Great Shun has already invaded 100 cities of our dynasty. The Holy King's expression darkened. No, Holy King. This news is from a month ago. To be more precise, they have already taken over 100 cities of our dynasty, the official said. The Holy King slammed his palm on the armrest of his throne. Trash. A puny Great Shun recruited a bunch of random soldiers and conquered a city. The Holy King said coldly. It's not a random army. The army led by Meng Tian has 10 armies. The generals of each army are all peak great immortals. No, they seem to be ancient immortals, the official said fearfully. What? Moreover, Great Shun's logistics is extremely strange. That Li Sai is one of those who submit to him prosper and those who oppose him perish. Those who resist him will have their entire family wiped out. Those who support him will receive strong political support from Great Shun. When it comes to those who are virtuous, they will scour the ground to find them to govern. Great Shun uses the nobles to control the nobles and the virtuous to maintain order. Their logistics management is impeccable, the official said bitterly. Is their logistics management really that impeccable? The Holy King asked with an ugly expression. Yes. They are even more ferocious than Meng Tian's army. Meng Tian's army only conquered cities, but Li Sai's management is destroying heart. The official said. The Holy King's expression darkened. Great Shun. Great Shun had come prepared. What about the Holy Hall of Soul Fury? The Holy King asked. The Soul's Fury Holy Court is even worse. It seems that the Great Shun's attack on our two dynasties is more targeted at the Soul's Fury Holy Court. They have sent more soldiers and officials. Our dynasty has lost 100 cities, while the Soul's Fury Holy Court has lost 150 cities at the same time. Chapter 1138. Great Shun's war had begun in the Netherworld. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's armies attacked Yushan and Hun Nu ferociously. In the mortal realm, although Da Zhun hadn't sent out any troops, the ministers of the mortal realm weren't idle either. Zhenlong Domain, Great Chu Sacred Court. Inside the palace, Great Chu Sacred King, Chen Xiao, personally received Lu Buwei from Great Shun's Sacred Court. In a banquet hall, Chen Xiao sat in the main seat, surrounded by ministers. On the other side, Lu Buwei was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, sitting with several envoys from Great Shun. Congratulations, Lord Lu, for being conferred the title of Great Shun's Right Minister. Chen Xiao raised his cup and smiled. Lu Buwei raised his cup and smiled. Right Minister? My position as the Right Minister is just an empty title. In Great Shun, my achievements are far from enough. Oh, what is a feint? Chen Xiao asked with a hint of surprise. Great Shun's Sacred Court must have the dignity of the Sacred Court. I am fortunate to be chosen by the ministers and recognized by the Sacred King as the Right Minister. Although I am a minister, my achievements are far from enough. I will slowly make up for it, Lu Buwei said. Oh, faint. Make up for it. It seems like Lord Lu is highly regarded by Yang Di. Chen Xiao smiled. After drinking, Lu Buwei smiled and said, I dare not accept his praise. The merits that I owe him will eventually be repaid. Oh. Lu Buwei smiled and looked at the officials who were attending the banquet. He then turned to look at Chen Xiao. Emperor Chen, what do you plan to do about the sacred king's offer of 100 years? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao's face turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. In the past, when Great Shen ascended, destroyed Zhu Tianshu, and defeated Sun Wukong, Yang Chuan announced that he would give the major forces 100 years to retreat or submit. It was extremely arrogant. However, in recent years, Yang Chuan had suddenly gone into hibernation, which puzzled everyone. Why did he bring it up again? The fact that the Prime Minister of Daezhan was an envoy meant that Yang Chuan attached great importance to him and was determined to win him over. Furthermore, Lu Buwei could even represent Yang Chuan fully at this moment. What does Yang Chuan mean? Chen Xiao asked coldly. Ha ha ha, Emperor Chen, there is no need for that. I brought these people today. Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao looked at the officials behind Lu Buwei, his expression extremely complicated. Lord Lu, speak your mind. Chen Xiao said. All right, then I will say it. Chen Di, you can see that although your Great Chu's territory is vast, it is blocking my Great Shen's path. You want to swallow Sun Wukong's former territory, but you don't want my Great Shen to drink the soup. This territory was given to us by Sun Wukong. Zhen what? Secondly, Emperor Chen, I'm sure you've sent people to investigate the background of my dynasty over the years. What do you think? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao, how much is the difference between the Great Chu Sacred Court and our Great Shen Sacred Court? Lu. Zhen Chen Xiao's face darkened as Lu Buwei spoke. Lu Buwei no longer remained seated. Instead, he carried the wine bottle and walked to the center of the hall. Emperor Chen, you might be thinking that Great Shen is strong, but with so many heroes working together, you are nothing to worry about. Lu Buwei smiled. That's right. Chen Xiao nodded. Ha 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 ha. Lu Buwei laughed. Turning around, Lu Buwei looked at the group of people he had brought with him. There was a man with a veil covering his face. Lord Wu. Lu Buwei smiled. The man slowly took off his veil. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. Ah! Some of the officials cried out in surprise. On the dragon throne, the wine bottle in Chen Xiao's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine. Wu Wen. It's you. Sichuan's Prime Minister? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Apart from the Great Shen dynasty, there were 4 other factions in Zhenlong domain: Great Chu, Great Dao, Sichuan, and Sea Dragon. As for Wu Wen, he was the sect master of the Purple River Dojo. Yet, this prime minister had become Lu Buwei's subordinate. This was Sichuan's prime minister, who was on equal footing with Chen Xiao. Why was he here? Who did not understand? Sichuan's prime minister had submitted to Great Shen, and the vertical alliance had collapsed. Emperor Chen, Lord Wu and I will toast you, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Chen, I'll drink first. Wu Wen said with a smile. The two of them downed the wine in the bottle. Chen Xiao drank the wine, but he could not calm down. Chen Xiao was not the only one. All the officials in the hall were terrified. Vertical alliance. How was that possible? What's wrong, Wu Wen? Why did you submit to Great Shen? Chen Xiao asked in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Emperor Chen, Lord Wu didn't have to tell you that he chose Great Shen, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Achem. Chen Xiao's face darkened. The officials also had ugly expressions. The Great Chu Sacred Court was established by Emperor Chen, and it took a lot of effort. Haha, it is very difficult to give it up. I understand that, but sometimes, you have to give it up. Originally, I was not the one who came on this mission. It would have been best if External Minister Zhong Yi, the commander of Great Shen's 7th Army, could have come. However, I have some karma with Great Chu, so the sacred king sent me, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh. 5,000 years ago, I worked together with all of you. 1/3 of Great Chu's territory was conquered by me through the trade route, Lu Buwei said with a faint smile. What? What a joke. Is Lu Buwei crazy? The officials were in disbelief, but Chen Xiao's pupils constricted. Lu Shong. You are Lu Shong? Chen Xiao's expression changed. Lu Shong was a great merchant who suddenly appeared in Great Chu's territory 5,000 years ago. His cultivation was not high, but his means were outstanding. In a short 10 years, his wealth was enough to buy a city. After that, he worked hard for Great Chu. In the following 5,000 years, Lu Shong focused on nurturing the hostages sent by the various dynasties and holy lands. He used these hostages to seize control of the dynasties and holy lands. In a short 5,000 years, Great Chu's territory increased by 1/3. However, just as Chen Xiao was about to give Lu Shong an official title, Lu Shong suddenly disappeared. In these 5,000 years, Lu Shong helped Great Chu for free, but he never accepted an official title. He never lost to the emperor. In Great Chu, countless officials were extremely respectful to him. Many of them were even recommended by Lu Shong. A large number of officials were even Lu Shong's former guests. These officials submitted to Lu Shong's courage. Lu Shong disappeared, but as long as he appeared, he could gather a large number of officials in the blink of an eye. The countless officials in the hall were already in an uproar. Lu Shong. How could this be? How could that proud and lofty character be Lu Buwei? You are Lu Shong? What evidence do you have? Chen Di said with an unsightly expression. What was the name of my merchant association in the past? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. The Buwei Merchant Association and the Daoqiu Merchant Association, Chen Di said in shock. Lu Buwei, Kong Daoqiu? You should have found out that I used this name 5,000 years ago. Also, everyone, 1/3 of the officials here were my former guests. Do you still remember my Lu Shong's spring and autumn annals? Lu Buwei took out a bamboo slip and laughed loudly. The officials immediately panicked. Greetings, sect master. Many officials suddenly bowed. Back then, Lu Shong had a keen eye for talent. When many people were at their poorest, Lu Shong sent people to find them and give them the greatest help. It could be said to be a grace of rebirth. Hence, they bowed respectfully to Lu Buwei. When Chen Xiao saw that his officials were bowing to Lu Buwei, his expression turned even uglier. 5,000 years ago, your consciousness entered this world. Then, you possessed Lu Shong. Why? Why are you funding my Great Chu? Chen Xiao asked sullenly. Ha ha ha, Emperor Chen, you must have forgotten. I made it very clear just now. My position as Great Shen's right minister is illusory. Have you forgotten? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Xiao's hair stood on end. He instantly understood. You did it for Great Shen? When Great Shen ascends, it must conquer the world. You started planning 5,000 years ago. You didn't do it for my Great Chu, but for Great Shen. 5,000 years ago, you began to merge the original 10 heavenly dynasties and 8 sacred lands. You started planning then. Merge with my Great Chu, and my Great Chu won't get 1/3 of the territory, but rather, we will help you guard this territory. You can take it back at any time. Chen Xiao's back broke out in cold sweat. It was not just Chen Xiao. Many officials in the hall broke out in cold sweat at this thought. Lu Buwei flung his sleeve and placed it behind his back. A trace of smugness flashed in his eyes as he said, Emperor Chen, you finally figured it out. You. Chen Xiao's eyes turned cold. What? You want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Emperor Chen, you can't kill me with your ability. Since I dared to come, I naturally have a way to leave. As for your cities, my 2 merchant associations will continue to control them. As long as I give the order, 1/3 of your Great Chu's territory will immediately belong to Great Shen. Lu Buwei shouted. Chen Xiao trembled in anger as he clutched the wine bottle. It's not just the cities. I can even take away 1/3 of the officials in this hall. Do you believe me? Lu Buwei said sullenly. The moment Lu Buwei said that, The officials in the hall immediately became suspicious. They kept looking to see which of their colleagues was the traitor. Good, good, good. Lu Buwei, Yang Chuan, it turns out that you have been targeting my great Chu since 5,000 years ago, Chen Xiao said angrily. We are not targeting your great Chu. Emperor Chen, you are not qualified to own True Dragon territory. The entire True Dragon territory will belong to my Great Shen Holy Court, and even the Great Shen Heavenly Court in the future, Lu Buwei said sullenly. The Heavenly Court. Chen Xiao's expression changed. He did not expect Yang Chuan to be so ambitious. Emperor Chen, there will be no place for you in True Dragon territory. Each territory is controlled by a Tao god. You will not be able to do much. You are indeed talented, but you are much weaker than me, let alone the Sacred King, Lu Buwei said sullenly. I don't believe it. Lu Buwei, you are deluding us. Chen Xiao shouted angrily. He was about to attack. Wu Wen was about to step forward. Lord Wu, don't interfere, Lu Buwei said sullenly. Then, Lu Buwei struck out with his palm. Boom. A beam of golden light shot into the sky from the hall. On this day, the Great Chu Imperial Palace was in chaos. The golden light shrouded the entire palace for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, the golden light slowly disappeared. No one knew what had happened during these 3 days. The surrounding officials were unconscious on the ground. In the banquet hall, only 3 people were awake. Chen Xiao, Lu Buwei, and Wu Wen. Chen Xiao took off his dragon robe. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Lu Buwei stood at the side. Chen Xiao looked at Lu Buwei. After a long while, the confusion in his eyes slowly turned into determination. Chen Xiao, I, Lu Buwei, will personally recommend you. What are you worried about? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. Then, he suddenly looked up at the sky and said, People of Great Chu. Boom. The Sea of Providence shook violently, and the sound spread throughout Great Chu. Countless people looked up at the sky in confusion. From today onward, the Great Chu Sacred Court will submit to the Great Shen Sacred Court and worship the Great Shen Sacred King. Long live the Great Shen Sacred King, Chen Xiao shouted. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The sky of Great Chu collapsed. The people, officials, and soldiers all screamed in shock. What was going on? The Sacred King had submitted. Countless city lords quickly flew out of their cities and headed to the capital to ask the Sacred King about this unbelievable thing. Ha 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 ha. Lu Buwei laughed arrogantly in the imperial city. Chapter 1139. The Chu Sacred Court's providence was flowing toward Great Shen. Chen Xiao's greeting caused an uproar in Great Chu. Countless officials put down everything they were doing and rushed to the palace. Countless city lords also flew toward the capital. Great Chu had submitted to Great Shen? How could this be? There was too much disbelief and panic. Great Chu was on the verge of collapse because of Chen Xiao's words. Fortunately, Lu Buwei had already made arrangements. He had established 2 chambers of commerce and planted some pawns to quickly stabilize the situation. The officials quickly gathered, and Chen Xiao quickly made arrangements to submit to Great Shen. Even so, it would take several years to convert all the territory to Great Shen. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Wu Wen also returned to Sichuan Training Hall. Not long after, Sichuan Training Hall made a shocking announcement. Sichuan Training Hall was officially submitting to Great Shen's Sacred Court. Sichuan Training Hall's disciples were in an uproar. At the same time, most of the dynasties and sacred grounds in the Zhenlong domain also announced their submission to Great Shen's Sacred Court. For a moment, the Zhenlong domain was in an uproar. The entire Zhenlong domain was in an uproar. It was even more intense than when Great Shen had ascended. After all, last time, it was only at the sealed world's entrance. This time, it was like a storm that swept across the world. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this was an unbelievable thing. A newly ascended celestial empire had destroyed the 1000 Confucian sect and defeated Great Chi's Sacred Court. Now, It had silently made Sichuan Training Hall and Great Chu's sacred court submit. This was too strange. Great Shen hadn't sent any troop. Almost everyone could see that the Zhenlong weave was about to undergo a major change. Although most of the domain wasn't completely under Great Shen's control, it already belonged to them in name. As long as they had time, Great Shen would be able to take over. Was a new domain lord about to be born? Apart from some aristocrats who were strongly opposed to this kind of expansion without war, the common people were only slightly dissatisfied. After all, even the sacred kings had submitted. What did the common people have to worry about? Life was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. Although they still remembered their homeland, everything was still the same. It was just turning the country into a domain. Under Da Zhen's various preferential policies, the people quickly adapted. The ones who couldn't adapt the most were the Great Wave Sage King and the Sea Dragon Hierarch. The moment Great Chu announced its submission, the two mighty experts immediately sensed the change in fortune in the distance. Surging providence flowed towards great perfection. At that time, Great Wave Sage King, Wang He, was in court. Through the sea of providence, he suddenly sensed Great Chu's providence dissipating. He immediately cried out, "What's going on? Holy King, what's wrong?" The officials were curious. "Grand Tutor, go to the Great Chu Sacred Court immediately and let me see what's going on," Wang He said with an ugly expression. "The Grand Preceptor is going?" The ministers were slightly taken aback. Keep in mind that there were two ancient immortals in the Grand Wave Sacred Hall. One was a sacred monarch, and the other was the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor was only below one person. The Grand Preceptor and Wang He had a tacit understanding. They immediately understood the severity of the situation and quickly flew out of the hall. After a few days, the Grand Tutor returned with news. The hall was in an uproar. How could this be? The officials cried out in alarm. Wang He's expression was also unreadable. "Holy King, it seems like the vertical plan is useless," the Grand Preceptor said with an ugly expression. Great Perfection Sacred Court? Wang He clenched his fists, his eyes cold. "I originally thought that the vertical plan would be able to completely suppress Great Perfection. Great Perfection has been content with its position all these years. I originally thought that it was because Great Perfection was afraid. I didn't expect Great Perfection to be even more ruthless this time. It silently swallowed the Great Chu Sacred Court and Sichuan Training Ground." The Grand Preceptor smiled bitterly. The Thousand Confucian sect was destroyed, the Great Qi Sacred Court retreated, the Great Chu Sacred Court surrendered, and Sichuan Training Grounds surrendered. Ha ha ha, Great Perfection and Yang Chuan. In such a short time, more than half of the true dragon domain has already belonged to Great Perfection. Wang He's expression was extremely ugly. "Holy King, what should our dynasty do?" the Grand Preceptor asked in a deep voice. Wang He's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After a while, Wang He took a deep breath and said, "Yang Chuan? Since his courting death, he can't blame me." "Oh," the officials asked curiously. "Let's leave. Great Perfection is nothing to worry about. Yang Chuan will definitely die," Wang He promised. "Yes. May the Holy King live for 10,000 years. The officials left the hall, filled with doubts. Only the Grand Preceptor remained. "Holy King, are you really going to go?" the Grand Preceptor asked with a worried expression. "Originally, our Great Wave Sacred Court was going to become independent and not rely on them. However, time waits for no one. Unexpectedly, a monster like Yang Chuan appeared. We can only ask them for help," Wang He said in a deep voice. "Actually, this is also good," the Grand Preceptor nodded. "Oh. If Great Perfection is destroyed, our Great Wave Sacred Court will be the only sacred court left in the true dragon domain." The Grand Preceptor's eyes narrowed. "That's right." Wang He's eyes lit up as he smiled. "When I'm not here, Grand Preceptor, help me oversee the Great Wave Sacred Court," Wang He said. The Grand Preceptor nodded. After giving some instructions, Wang He stepped out of the hall and flew toward the east. Whoosh. Several days later, in a large hall, Wang He and the Sea Dragon cult's leader, Whale King, were talking. "Whale King, We're the only two forces left in the true dragon domain. Don't tell me you're planning to perish together with great perfection. Wang He smiled. Whale King's face turned ugly. My great wave sacred hall and your sea dragon Bodhidharma are both forces nurtured by them. To put it nicely, we're just allies. To put it bluntly, we're just their gatekeepers. Wang He laughed. Whale King looked at Wang He and said, so what if we're gatekeepers? Wang He, do you have a problem with that? It was obvious that Whale King was extremely loyal to them. No, of course I have no problem with that. However, if great perfection continues at this pace, we won't be able to complete our mission. We have to uproot great perfection, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King looked at Wang He. You and I aren't a match for great perfection, but they can, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King's expression changed slightly. You want to go to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon King for help? Whale King asked in a deep voice. That's right. If Dragon King doesn't show up, our forces will be destroyed. If Dragon King shows up again, we'll have to start all over again, Wang He advised. Whale King frowned and paced back and forth in the hall. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. There are Tao gods among the Dragon Kings. We only need one Tao god to destroy Yang Chuan, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King nodded. Let's not delay any longer. We'll set off immediately, Wang He said. Whale King looked at Wang He and pondered for a while. Finally, he said, all right. With such a big thing happening in the true dragon domain, it's time to report it to the Dragon Kings. Whale King and Wang He quickly flew out of the sea dragon cult and headed straight for the Eastern Sea. Great Perfection Sacred Court, Xianyang. Meow. Meow jumped into a pond excitedly. She picked up a fish 3 times her size and started eating. The fish was golden in color and looked like a carp. However, its body was transparent and clean like a crystal. It had a pair of dragon whiskers. Puff puff. The fish struggled for a while and stopped moving. In the end, Meow finished it. Delicious. Meow. The Eastern Sea Arowana. I can finally eat arowana again, Meow said excitedly. After eating, Meow jumped up. Thank you, Mr. Gooey Goozy. Meow smiled at Gooey Goozy, who was standing beside Yang Chuan. I was lucky when I went to the Eastern Sea to investigate. I saw a few and brought them back. Arowana are born from the energy of dragons. They are extremely rare and not easy to find. Gooey Goozy smiled. Eastern Sea. Where is it? Meow asked. The 9 prefectures of the Yang realm are divided into the middle continent, the 4 surrounding continents, and the 4 outer continents. Do you know? Gooey Goozy smiled. Of course I know. Our true dragon domain is in the outer eastern continent. It's close to the northeast continent. Meow nodded. The Eastern Sea is in the east of the 4 surrounding continents. It's the intersection between the outer eastern continent and the 4 surrounding continent. Gooey Goozy explained. Isn't it very close? Meow was surprised. It is very close. You can say that the sea to the west of the true dragon domain is the Eastern Sea, Gooey Goozy said. Meow. Then I'll catch them myself when I have time, Meow said thoughtfully. Yang Chuan smiled and said, all right, you're busy eating. Why don't you give some to ZZ? Meow. You only know how to dote on Sister ZZ. Meow rolled her eyes. However, she still skipped away. Behind her, Meow used a spell to float a few arowana into the harem. After watching Meow leave, Yang Chuan looked at Gooey Goozy. How did it go? Yang Chuan asked. All these years, I've been traveling around the true dragon domain and finally found some clues, Gooey Goozy said solemnly. Oh. The vital chi of heaven and earth in the true dragon domain is only half of the other domains. This is also the reason why some Taoist gods don't want to come here to dominate. Due to the lack of vital chi of heaven and earth, cultivation is naturally slower than in other domains. That's why there are too few experts in the true dragon domain. However, during my travels, I found that something is wrong. Gooey Goozy took a deep breath and said, something is wrong. It's not that the vital chi of heaven and earth in the true dragon domain is too little. It's just that a certain spirit has forcefully devoured half of it. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is right next to the true dragon domain. It's actually to find it, but it hasn't been found for many years, Gui Guzi said excitedly. Devouring half of the vital chi of heaven and earth in a domain? Could it be? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. The sage ruler guessed correctly. It's the primitive dragon vein, the most powerful great earth dragon vein. No wonder I felt that there were so many great earth dragon veins in the true dragon domain. It's unusual that there are so many great earth dragon veins in a place without vital chi of heaven and earth. Those small great earth dragon veins were born together with the primitive dragon vein. Gui Guzi said solemnly. The primitive dragon vein. The primitive dragon vein in the outer eastern continent is in the true dragon domain. That's great. Gui Guzi, you cultivate fate and feng shui. Finding the primitive dragon vein is your specialty. Find the dragon head as soon as possible, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Rest assured, sage ruler. I already have some clues. It won't take long. All lands under the heavens belong to the Great Shan Empire. Since the primitive dragon vein is in the territory of the Great Shan Empire, it belongs to the Great Shan Empire. No one can take it away, not even the dragon kings of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Gui Guzi said solemnly. Millimeter, Yang Chuan nodded. Chapter 1140. West of the Zhenlong territory, there was a vast ocean. This ocean was the East Sea of the world. In the depths of the East Sea, there was a magnificent area. This was because there were countless luminous pearls that illuminated the bottom of the sea as if it was daytime. Outside the luminous pearls, there was a huge array that isolated the seawater. Inside, there was a vast palace surrounded by colorful corals and crystals. It was a beautiful sight. There were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling the area. In the middle of the palace was a huge palace called the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding it. Outside the palace, Wang He and Whale King waited patiently. Soon, an old man walked out of the Crystal Palace. Prime Minister Turtle, I wonder if the Dragon Kings. Whale King asked respectfully. The Dragon Kings invite the two of you in, Prime Minister Turtle said. Yes. The two of them walked into the Crystal Palace. In the Crystal Palace, there were 5 men standing there. All of them had prominent foreheads and a majestic expression. They wore dragon crowns on their heads and their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Wang He and Whale King. Greetings to the 5 Dragon Kings, Whale King and Wang He said respectfully. Millimeter, the 5 Dragon Kings nodded. I wonder if the Dragon Emperor is here? Wang He asked. Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor is in seclusion. The other Dragon Kings are also in seclusion. Have you found him? One of the Dragon Kings asked. No. Whale King said shamefully. Millimeter. The 5 Dragon Kings' faces darkened. 5 Dragon Kings, we have no choice but to come and ask for help. Wang He said immediately. What happened? One of the Dragon Kings asked. Wang He immediately told them about the Zhenlong territory. Diasian. Yang Chuan. The 5 Dragon Kings' faces darkened. Yes, Dragon Kings, if we don't deal with Yang Chuan, our sects and countries will be destroyed. We are not Yang Chuan's match. Please help us. Wang He said immediately. The 5 Dragon Kings squinted their eyes. A mere Yang Chuan wants to unify the Zhenlong territory? One of the Dragon Kings squinted his eyes. Seeing the white-robed Dragon King's disgust, Wang He and the Whale King's faces lit up. Dragon Fifth. Another Dragon King immediately called out. Hey! White-robed Dragon King Dragon the Fifth was slightly stunned. Wang He took a look and realized that something was amiss. Dragon Kings, no matter how strong Diasian is, he's just an ancient immortal. He can't even withstand a single blow from you. Dragon Kings, please kill Yang Chuan. We'll find what you want as soon as possible. Wang He said immediately. Yeah, big brother, this is nothing. Dragon Fifth yelled. The leader of the Dragon Kings shook his head. Wang He, Whale King, you two go out first. The Dragon King shouted. Ah, yes. The two of them walked out of the Crystal Palace with doubts. Quong. The great door of the Crystal Palace slammed shut, leaving only the 5 Dragon Kings inside. Big brother? What's wrong? Dragon Fifth said puzzledly. Dragon Fifth, you have outstanding talent, but you are still too young. Great Shen. Indeed, it's easy for us to destroy Da Zhen, but we have to pay a sufficient price. The leading Dragon King said solemnly. Ah, Great Shen. Wang He said it so casually. How can I not see it? I don't know how strong Da Zhen is, but Wang He and Whale King didn't even have the courage to fight. He's obviously not someone to be trifled with. At the same time, his subjects are also extraordinary. We have to pay a price for destroying Da Zhen. The Dragon Emperor has instructed us not to fight with anyone for the time being, the leading Dragon King said solemnly. Ah, big brother, of course there will be injuries in battle. Moreover, Yang Chuan is just an ancient immortal, Dragon Fifth yelled. The leading Dragon King shook his head and said, normally, I wouldn't be afraid. In fact, the East Sea has never feared anyone. But now, we can't make any mistakes. Hey! Why is the Dragon Emperor in seclusion? Why are the other 12 Dragon Kings in the East Sea all in seclusion? Dragon Fifth's face darkened. 5,000 years ago, Di Renjie of Great Jew led his army to the West Outer Continent. Have you forgotten? Great Jew established the Heavenly Court, and almost all the Sea Dragons submitted to Great Jew. Only our East Sea Dragon tribe is left. A few years ago, a dragon came to report that the West Outer Continent situation was settled. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor of the West Outer Continent will be here soon, the leading Dragon King said. The other Dragon Kings nodded. Dragon Fifth's face turned ugly. The East Sea Dragon Palace is also at a critical juncture. We can't make any mistakes. If anything happens, our East Sea Dragon Palace will cease to exist. Dragon Fifth, do you understand? It's not that we're afraid of Da Zhen, it's just that we can't spare any energy to deal with it. Once something happens, it's very likely that our East Sea Dragon Palace will be consigned to eternal damnation. But are we just going to let Da Zhen be free? Finding the primordial dragon vein is also a top priority, Dragon Fifth said worriedly. We won't go. The leading Dragon King shook his head. If you won't go, I'll go, Dragon Fifth said. Dragon Fifth. The leading Dragon King was furious. Big brother, before the great ancient calamity, how powerful was our dragon tribe? What about now? The primordial dragon vein is the hope of our East Sea Dragon Palace. We can't lose it. I'll go. I'm a Dao god who controls a great heavenly Dao. Isn't it easy to kill Yang Chuan? If something happens, no one can stop me, Dragon Fifth said. It's best if you don't go. The leading Dragon King shook his head. No, big brother, I can't listen to you this time. It's just a small deviation. Don't worry, Dragon Fifth said. Dragon Fifth, our East Sea Dragon Palace only has 5 Dao gods. What if something happens to you? Another Dragon King said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I can't even deal with an ancient immortal, how can I call myself a Dao god? Don't worry, the Dragon King said firmly. The leading Dragon King looked at Dragon Fifth and agreed. Finally, he nodded and said, be careful. It's best if you don't get hurt. Da Zhu's dragon tribe can come at any time. Big brother, don't worry, Dragon Fifth said confidently. Dao god. He was someone who could completely crush an ancient immortal. Quong. The Crystal Palace's door opened. Wang He and Whale King looked over. Dragon Kings? Let's go. I'll go with you to Xianyang, Dragon Fifth said. Ha, good, good. Wang He said excitedly. With the Dragon King going, Yang Chuan will definitely wait for death. Whale King said excitedly. Boom. 3 rays of light flew out of the Crystal Palace. After Dragon Fifth left, the remaining 4 Dragon Kings frowned. Dragon 1, your brother left. Should we report to the Dragon Emperor? One of the Dragon Kings asked. No need to disturb the Dragon Emperor. It's just an ancient immortal. Be careful of Da Ju's dragon tribe. Dragon 1 said. Millimeter. The Dragon Kings nodded. Obviously, they felt that Dragon 5th would be fine. When the Dragon Kings went out, 2 huge waves appeared in the sea, as if a road was opened. The 3 of them flew towards Junlong's territory. Along the way, they stayed close to the surface of the sea. The dragon aura spread and countless fish worshipped them. The speed of the 3 experts was extremely fast. In just 10 days, they arrived outside Xianyang. Xianyang, Chaotian Palace. Yang Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. Lu Buwei, Zhong Yi, and the others were all out collecting the various cities. Sage King, news came from the East faction. Wang He and Whale King are heading west together, Liu Gang said respectfully. Oh. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. A Sage King and a sect leader were heading west together. And at such a time. Just as Yang Chuan was deep in thought, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Outside of Xianyang, Dragon 5th, Wang He, and Whale King had already arrived. Wang He and Whale King stood respectfully behind Dragon 5th. Dragon 5th looked at the heavenly providence in front of him with disdain. Ang tilde 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 tilde. Dragon 5th suddenly roared towards the sky. The dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens, and a huge dragon aura came down, pressing down on the hearts of countless people. That wasn't enough. Behind Dragon 5th, a golden heavens path suddenly shot up. A huge transparent pillar pierced through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Heaven's path. A vast heaven's path. Once the heaven's path appeared, a terrifying heaven's aura came down. In Xianyang, countless people were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. Dragon 5th was high above with the support of the heaven's path, overlooking the entire Xianyang city. Overlooking the skyward palace, a peerless domineering aura was emitted. Whale King and Wang He both revealed looks of amazement. The Tao God's aura was so terrifying. Just the heaven's path alone was half the size of Xianyang. Just by standing there, it gave people a feeling that they were undefeatable. Yang Chuan, come out for this king, Long Yi roared. The huge dragon aura, together with the heaven's aura, penetrated the entire Xianyang city. Countless people heard the explosion. Buzz. The Xianyang Great Array was activated and blocked the sound wave attack. Inside the Skyward Palace, Yang Chuan had to stop the court meeting. Looking outside the palace, Yang Chuan's face was gloomy. Yang Chuan slowly walked down from the dragon throne. He led the officials out of the Skyward Palace. In the square of the Skyward Palace, Yang Chuan stood in the center. The officials stood respectfully on both sides. Standing in the square, Yang Chuan looked coldly. Lord Dragon King, that is Yang Chuan. Wang He pointed at Yang Chuan and shouted. Dragon 5th stared at Yang Chuan. East Sea Dragon Palace? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Remember, this king is called Dragon 5th. Dragon 5th said coldly. Tao God. Yang Chuan said coldly. The corner of Dragon 5th's mouth curled up into a cold smile. You also know about Tao gods. Since that is the case, this king will not make things difficult for you. From now on, announce your allegiance to the Great Wave Sacred Court. This king will let you go today. Dragon 5th laughed. Thank you, Lord Dragon King, Wang He shouted excitedly. In the distance, Yang Chuan looked at Dragon 5th and sneered, Ha! What a joke! Why? You are not willing? Dragon 5th said in a deep voice. The East Sea Dragon Palace can't even protect itself. You still want to talk nonsense in front of this king? Yang Chuan said coldly. What? Dragon 5th's face was gloomy. Now, get out of this king's Great Wave Sacred Court. Otherwise, die. Yang Chuan said with a glare. Die tilde tilde tilde. Yang Chuan's last words were like thunder, causing the 3 people in the sky to change their expressions. Is this Yang Chuan crazy? Wang He and Whale King said in shock. Chapter 1141. Naiwabo Studio now, get out of my great Shun. Otherwise, die. Yang Chuan glared at him. Die tilde 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 tilde. Yang Chuan's last words were like thunder, causing the expressions of the three people in the sky to change. Is Yang Chuan crazy? Wang He and Whale King exclaimed. This was a Tao god, a Tao god. A powerful being recognized by the heavenly Tao. Although not all of them were ancestral immortals, only ancestral immortals could use the power of the heavenly Tao. Every Tao god was favored by the heavens. Wang He and Whale King were shocked, and Dragon Fifth was even more furious. He had always been high and mighty. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost. Crack. Dragon Fifth clenched his fist. A mere ancient immortal dares to talk nonsense in front of me? Dragon Fifth said coldly. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yang Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. Yang Chuan, die! Dragon Fifth roared. He stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Chuan. Suddenly, a golden dragon claw appeared in the air. The dragon claw was extremely powerful, and it tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled. Immense killing intent filled Xianyang. Yang Chuan was still expressionless. The dragon claw was about to reach Xianyang's array. Don't be presumptuous in front of the Sage King. A roar suddenly came from Xianyang. A huge tiger paw rushed into the sky and collided with the dragon claw. The tiger paw reached out, and a surge of violent aura dyed the sky black. Boom! With a loud sound, the dragon claw and tiger paw shattered. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and a white-robed man appeared in the sky. Diazhen's national beast, the paragon of the tiger race, Bai Detian. Bai Detian's face was fierce, and his eyes were filled with violent aura as he looked coldly at Dragon Fifth. Who are you? Dragon Fifth asked coldly. Although Dragon Fifth didn't use his full strength, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Wang He and Whale King's faces twitched. Other than Meng Tian and Wang Jian, how could the Great Shan Empire have such powerful people? Moreover, his aura did not lose to Wang Jian's at all. Lord Dragon King, this is the supreme beast of Diazhen, Bai Detian. Wang He immediately explained. Bai Detian? Dragon Fifth's face sank. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yang Chuan saw Bai Detian come out and naturally understood what Bai Detian meant. Bai Detian felt that Diazhen was too violent, so he intervened for Diazhen's sake. He didn't want Diazhen to become enemies with the East Sea Dragon race. However, would Yang Chuan care? However, since Bai Detian had intervened, Yang Chuan naturally gave Bai Detian some face. Dragon Fifth. Tao God. Haha, you've merely received the blessings of the heavenly Tao. You only possess the power of an ancestral immortal by using the power of the heavenly Tao. However, you're still not an ancestral immortal. Aren't you an ancient immortal as well? Diazhen is not a place you can come to. Go back to the Eastern Sea, Bai Detian advised. Ha 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 ha, you want this king to go back? Then where will this king's face go? Dragon Fifth said with a glare. Face. If you don't leave now, you will lose even more, Bai Detian said in a low voice. Tempage, you are the ones who will lose even more. You bunch of ants dare to be impudent in front of me? Dragon Fifth said angrily. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the huge heavenly Tao appeared in front of Bai Detian with a loud rumble. It crashed towards Bai Detian. You're courting death. Bai Detian glared. Tiger deity slaughter, Bai Detian shouted. Endless violent aura suddenly surrounded the area. In an instant, the sky darkened. Bai Detian himself was like a tornado of violent aura. A vast violent aura storm crashed toward Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Bai Detian's violent aura tornado collided with Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Boom! The surrounding void shook violently. A rolling storm erupted. The void shook, forming a huge spatial wave that swept in all directions. 10,000 dragons spatial lock formation. Giguzi's voice came from Xianyang. Buzz! Xianyang City's array suddenly froze, and the spatial wave was unable to move. However, this huge wave caught Wang He and Whale King off guard. Fart! Wang He spat out a mouthful of blood from this huge wave. Whale King's face also flushed red. The two of them retreated in fear. A battle between Tao gods was not something the two of them could fight against. The tiger deity Slaughter collided with the heavenly Tao, and Dragon Fifth retreated more than 50 feet. Bai Ditien, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters. However, the two of them were not injured. The power of the heavenly Tao is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, the Sage King said that in order to use the power of the heavenly Tao, one must be an ancestral immortal. You are only an ancient immortal. Let's see how many times you can use this move, Bai Ditien said with a fierce look in his eyes. Tiger deity Slaughter. Boom. Once again, the violent aura tornado crashed toward Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Bai Ditien to be so fierce. There was a qualitative difference between ancestral immortals and ancient immortals. They could use the power of the heavenly Tao. Logically speaking, an ancestral immortal could use the power of the heavenly Tao to fight against 1,000 ancient immortals. However, he could not do anything to Bai Ditien. Boom. The two of them fought ferociously. Tiger deity Slaughter. Bai Ditien used the tiger deity Slaughter again and again, but he could not do anything to Dragon Fifth. As a Tao god, Dragon Fifth was protected by the heavenly Tao, and his strength was extremely fierce. However, Bai Ditien was also a person who became more and more ruthless the more he fought. Boom. 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 The entire sky above Xianyang was covered by the violent aura. The pitch-black violent aura made it impossible for the people of Xianyang to see what was going on inside. Only the entrance of the Skyward Palace could be seen. Yang Chuan was still watching carefully. Gigu Zi and Zizi were standing beside Yang Chuan. Sage King, Tao gods are still unique, Gigu Zi said with a smile. Using the power of the heavenly Tao, Bai Ditien refined the tiger ancestor's life providence, but he is still an ancient immortal. It is not bad that he can fight against him. However, Dragon Fifth's strength is still too low. He can only use the power of the heavenly Tao, but it is limited. Yang Chuan shook his head. That's right. He has not merged with the heavenly Tao, so he naturally cannot understand the power of the heavenly Tao. Gigu Zi nodded. Now that Bai Ditien is unable to hurt Dragon Fifth, what should we do? Should we send more people up? Zizi asked worriedly. It's useless. Without becoming an ancestral immortal, one cannot shake the heavenly Tao. It is already not bad that Bai Ditien could do this with the tiger god aura. Gigu Zi shook his head. Then, is there no other way? Zizi asked worriedly. I can kill it. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed. Ah! Zizi exclaimed. Wasn't it said that ancient immortals could never defeat Tao gods? How? However, I don't want to kill it now. I lack a tool. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ah! Zizi asked curiously. I will restrain it. You place a curse on it so that it cannot transform. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Oh. Zizi nodded. Whoosh. Yang Chuan soared into the sky. High in the sky, the black aura was dense. In Xianyang, other than the important officials, no one else could see anything. Bai Ditien against Dragon Fifth. Whale King and Wang He retreated again and again. The shockwaves from their battle were too ferocious. Boom. Yang Chuan suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Bai Ditien and Dragon Fifth froze. After fighting for a long time, Dragon Fifth was also a little afraid. He had not heard of Bai Ditien before coming here. How could he be helpless against someone who had suddenly appeared in Xianyang? How many powerful beings were there in Xianyang that he did not know? At this moment, Dragon Fifth was filled with hatred towards Whale King and Wang He. How dare these two dogs hide from him? What ancient immortals? Only your head. He regretted not listening to his big brother. How could it be easy for Xianyang to scare Whale King and Wang He to that extent? Dragon Fifth had already made up his mind. When he returned, he would definitely punish these two dogs. Just then, Yang Chuan appeared. Looking at Yang Chuan, Dragon Fifth's eyelids twitched. Bai Ditien, leave it to me. There are still two culprits. Since they are here, there is no need for them to leave. Kill. Yang Chuan ordered coldly. Yes. Bai Detian replied. At this point, Bai Detian naturally understood that although he had obtained the tiger ancestor's life providence, he was still inferior to Yang Chuan. Swish! Bai Detian charged towards Wang He and the Whale King. The surging aura covered the sky. Yang Chuan? Good, good, good. You have delivered yourself to me. Dragon Fifth roared. He reached out and grabbed. Heavenly Dao binding. Boom. The heavenly Dao appeared again and suddenly shrank towards Yang Chuan from all directions. A huge pressure seemed to want to squeeze Yang Chuan to death. Dragon Fifth stood outside the heavenly Dao and watched as it squeezed Yang Chuan. Ancient Immortal? Without the heavenly Dao, you will always be an ancient immortal. Yang Chuan sneered. Boom. A green heavenly Dao suddenly rushed out from Yang Chuan's body. However, this heavenly Dao was a broken one. There were countless cracks on the heavenly Dao. It was the heavenly Dao nurtured by the heaven-devouring Dao scripture. However, it was not complete. It was not important at all. What was important was that Yang Chuan's understanding of the heavenly Dao was much better than Dragon Fifth's. Although it was broken, Yang Chuan's body was in harmony with the heavenly Dao. Dragon Fifth's heavenly Dao was transparent, but Yang Chuan's heavenly Dao was solid. Boom. The broken heavenly Dao suddenly expanded and instantly crushed Dragon Fifth's heavenly Dao. Bam! Dragon Fifth's heavenly Dao instantly shattered and disappeared as if it had turned into countless crystals. This is impossible! Dragon Fifth exclaimed. Yang Chuan's figure instantly appeared above Dragon Fifth as he stomped his foot down. Boom! Dragon Fifth was instantly stomped down. Yang Chuan's stomp was naturally extremely terrifying. It carried the power of the heavenly Dao and seemed to want to stomp Dragon Fifth into meat paste. Roar! Dragon Fifth immediately transformed into his original body in pain. He transformed into a huge golden dragon that was 10,000 feet long. His vigorous and powerful body wanted to break free from Yang Chuan's stomp. But how powerful was Yang Chuan? How could he break free? Boom! Dragon Fifth was stomped into the ground by Yang Chuan. He couldn't move at all. You're a heaven mender. No, that's only a broken heavenly Dao. It's not complete yet. How can you break free from my complete heavenly Dao? Dragon Fifth cried out in shock. Stepping on Dragon Fifth, Yang Chuan's eyes were cold. East Sea Dragon Palace? I didn't want to bother with it, but since you've personally come, then stay. My dragon carriage still lacks an evil beast to pull the carriage. You want me to pull the carriage? Bastard, I'm the East Sea Dragon King. If you dare to make me pull the carriage, the Dragon Emperor will not let you off. Dragon Fifth roared in shock. Huh! Yang Chuan exerted force with his foot. Boom! The immense power caused Dragon Fifth to feel a burst of pain, and he was firmly pressed under the foot, unable to move. Chapter 1142. Although the commoners couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield, they couldn't change the current situation. The Dao god, Dragon Fifth, was being stepped on by Yang Chuan. Even the wailing bird couldn't make a sound at this moment. In the distance, Bai Detian's massacre was also extremely fierce. Even someone as strong as Wang He was quickly torn apart by Bai Detian. Ah! With just a scream, Wang He was split in half. Throwing away the two halves of the corpse, Bai Detian rushed towards the Whale King. As Wang He's corpse fell to the ground, he saw Dragon Fifth in the distance, who was being stepped on by Yang Chuan. No! Wang He let out a final cry of despair. How could they have imagined that a group of mortals who had just ascended would be so ferocious? No, it wasn't just fierce. This world was the world of Dao gods. They were Dao gods recognized by the heavenly Dao. Yet, they were being stepped on by Yang Chuan. Even Dao gods were being stepped on. Wang He's eyes were filled with despair and regret. He regretted his little trick of getting someone else to do his dirty work. Perhaps, he could have retreated from the true dragon domain. But he didn't. Why didn't he? Why? Regret was useless. Wang He's corpse fell to the ground. The moment Wang He died, the golden dragon of providence in the Great Wave Sacred Court let out a cry. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence soared into the sky. Countless officials felt their hearts tighten. Rumble. Providence quickly flowed towards the great wave sacred court. The golden dragon of providence quickly dissipated. How can this be? The sage king died. The sage king died. No, how can this be? Didn't the sage king say that the great wave sacred court was nothing to worry about? How can this be? The great wave sacred court was filled with wailing. In Xianyang, Yang Chuan was stepping on Dragon 5th. A book suddenly appeared in front of ZZ. It was the Book of Life and Death. Flipping to a page, ZZ suddenly shouted at Dragon 5th, with the curse of the Book of Life and Death, unless Yang Chuan and I remove the curse, Dragon 5th will never be able to transform. The beast Tao of reincarnation will bear witness. Boom. A black light shot toward Dragon 5th. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the golden Dragon 5th was enveloped by a layer of black gas. The black gas quickly seeped into Dragon 5th's body. The moment the curse entered his body, Dragon 5th felt that something was wrong. However, under Yang Chuan's foot, he could not move at all. No. I am the East Sea Dragon King. You. Roar. In his despair, Dragon 5th could no longer make a human sound. He had completely sealed off the possibility of transforming. Evil creature, do you submit or not? Yang Chuan said coldly. Roar. Dragon 5th struggled stubbornly. Yang Chuan snorted coldly and exerted force with his foot. Boom. Dragon 5th fainted. Liu Gang. Yang Chuan shouted. Present. Liu Gang quickly flew over. I'll leave this dragon to you to train. Once you've trained it, put it on Zhen's carriage. It'll be useful the next time Zhen travels. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Liu Gang answered. After giving Liu Gang a kick, Yang Chuan returned to the front of the sky-facing palace. Many officials could not see it clearly, but most of the powerful officials could see it clearly. A Tao God. Based on the information collected over the years, the Tao God was a powerful existence that preyed on the world. Now, the sage ruler was stepping on it and preparing to use it to pull his carriage. The sage ruler is mighty, the officials said respectfully. Yang Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ smiled faintly. Meow. A Tao God pulling a carriage. When the time comes, I want to ride it too. Meow shouted excitedly. In the outside world, the evil aura slowly disappeared. It was slowly absorbed into Bai Ditian's body. The commoners could gradually see the sun. At the same time, they could see a figure in the sky. Bai Ditian grabbed half of the Whale King's body and threw it down. Everything was quiet, but the commoners could not calm down for a long time. They had been in the celestial world for a few years. At this moment, they finally knew how strong great accomplishment was. They did not know what happened to the Tao God. At the very least, the sage ruler did not need to use the power of great accomplishment to deal with it easily. Long live the sage ruler! Long live the sage ruler! Long live the great accomplishment! Long live the sage ruler! In Xianyang City, the commoners of great accomplishment cheered and bowed to Yang Chuan. All of them were extremely excited. Only the spies from the Great Wave Sacred Hall and the Sea Dragon Daoist Rite were frightened. Dead. All dead. In Great Wave Sacred Hall, the Providence Cloud collapsed. The Sea Dragon Temple was slightly better. The Providence Cloud shook. Sects were different from countries. If the emperor died, the country would be destroyed. However, if the sect leader died, there would be others who could inherit the position. However, everyone in Sea Dragon Temple knew that the Whale King was dead. They were all panicking. In Great Wave Sacred Hall, the officials were even more panicked. However, there was still one person who was extremely calm at the entrance of the hall. It was the Grand Tutor of Great Wave Sacred Hall. Wang He is dead. Seems like the Whale King is also dead. What trash. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. That's true. If the two of them were really talented, they wouldn't have been infiltrated by my people. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. Primordial Dragon Vein? If we didn't know that the two of you were puppets of the East Sea Dragon Palace, why would we compromise? Originally, We wanted to borrow your hands to help the East Sea Dragon Palace find the primordial dragon vein. What a pity, what a pity. Humph. Seems like we can only find it ourselves. The Grand Tutor clenched his fist. Grand Tutor Pang, what should we do? The sage ruler is dead. What should we do now? An official ran over and cried. What are you crying for? It's just that Wang he is dead. The Grand Tutor Pang's eyes were cold. Ah! The surrounding officials looked at the Grand Tutor Pang in shock. Do you know the Deju Celestial Dynasty in the West? The Grand Tutor Pang said. I know. It's just a celestial dynasty. However, Grand Tutor, you have never allowed us to use troops against it, an official said. I, Pang Tianhe, am the ruler of the Deju Celestial Dynasty. The Grand Tutor Pang shouted. Ah! The sorrowful officials cried out in shock. Wang he is dead. There's no point in keeping the Deju Celestial Dynasty. You are the officials of Deju Celestial Dynasty. I promise that when you go to the Deju Celestial Dynasty, your titles will not change, the Grand Tutor Pang said. Pang Tianhe, when the sage ruler was alive, he was very kind to you. You actually betrayed him. The moment the sage ruler died, an upright official immediately scolded. Boom. Pang Tianhe slapped him to death. Flesh and blood splattered on the ground. The hearts of the officials palpitated. I have been the Grand Tutor for so many years. All the cities in the Deju Celestial Dynasty are my disciples. Humph. I only need to give an order and all the cities will belong to the Deju Celestial Dynasty. If you disobey, die. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who defy me will forget, Pang Tianhe said coldly. A group of officials looked over in shock. Of course, many of Pang Tianhe's subordinates quickly knelt down. Long live the sage ruler! Long live the sage ruler! Pang Tianhe entered the imperial city at an extremely fast speed. The Deju Celestial Dynasty, which had been dormant in the past, suddenly made a high-profile comeback. In the imperial city, Pang Tianhe called a disciple. Disciple. Master. The disciple said respectfully. I want to adopt all the territory of the Great Wave's Holy Court to the Great Deju Celestial Dynasty as soon as possible. Go to the Sea Dragon Dojo immediately and find your martial uncle. Ask them to quickly filter out the karmic positions of the birth position. When I unify this place, I need the karmic positions of the birth position of the Great Deju Celestial Dynasty to the Holy Court as soon as possible. Understood. The disciple said respectfully. Then, the disciple quickly left. Pang Tianhe left behind to command his subordinates to quickly collect all of the Deju Celestial Dynasty's territory. Standing at the entrance of a hall, Pang Tianhe looked towards the west. Soon, the news of Xianyang will reach the East Sea. I wonder how the East Sea Dragon Emperor will react. This time, I wonder who the East Sea sent to Xianyang. It seems like it's not good. Pang Tianhe sneered. Xianyang. The crisis was resolved. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. However, the Deju Celestial Dynasty's Fate Cloud Sea had more fate surging. 2 months later, at the Skyward Hall, Lu Buwei returned. He brought back 2 ancient immortals, Wu Wen and Chen Xiao. Although the 2 ancient immortals had submitted to the Deju Celestial Dynasty, they were more or less dissatisfied. After all, they were once sect masters and sage king. To be demoted in the blink of an eye, both of them had a knot in their hearts. But now, the 2 of them were much more comfortable. Not. Bullshit not. Look at what happened to Wang He and Whale King. Just by Ditian alone had torn them all apart. What did they have to feel unbalanced? Greetings, Sage King. The 2 of them bowed respectfully to Yang Chuan. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. The 2 of them returned. Only Lu Buwei stood out. Sage King, news came from the west. The Deju Celestial Dynasty and the Sea Dragon Temple have been merged by a powerful force. The Deju Celestial Dynasty has taken the Sea Dragon Temple's birth position and officially established the Deju Celestial Dynasty. Lu Buwei said solemnly. This emperor understands. Yang Chuan nodded. The Deju Celestial Dynasty? There's nothing to worry about now. As long as they don't step into the territory of the Deju celestial dynasty, this emperor will not touch them for the time being, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Lu Buwei nodded. The Deju celestial dynasty's territory had increased too quickly, but they were far from enough to manage it. More than half of the people who had enough had been transferred to the netherworld. The middle-level talents in the mortal realm were a little lacking. Lu Buwei, you will prepare for the 4th examination and recruit talents for the Deju celestial dynasty, Yang Chuan said solemnly. This subject obeys, Lu Buwei answered. Zhenlong Dominion. The Deju celestial dynasty and the Deju celestial dynasty were equals. They jointly governed the Zhenlong Dominion. News of the battle at Xianyang had also spread to the East Sea at the fastest speed. East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Crystal Palace was in an uproar. You don't know? You say you don't know where Dragon Fifth went? A Dragon King stared at a kneeling man in front of him. This lowly one really doesn't know. This lowly one couldn't see the scene outside Xianyang. When the evil aura disappeared, Wang He and Whale King were dead, and Dragon Fifth and Dragon King were nowhere to be found. Maybe, that person hurriedly said. Maybe what? Maybe they were killed. That person said fearfully. Impossible. Dragon Fifth's life token is still there. A Dragon King stared. Dragon Fifth hasn't returned yet. It seems like he was captured by Yang Chuan, Dragon One said solemnly. What? He was captured. Dragon Fifth is a Dao god. A Dragon King shouted. So what if he's a Dao god? A Dao god isn't invincible, Dragon One said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? No, we have to save Dragon Fifth. Yes, we have to go. The group of Dragon Fifth said anxiously. Shut up. Have you forgotten the Dragon Emperor's instructions? Dragon One glared. The Dragon Kings looked over. We have to report this to the Dragon Emperor as soon as possible, Dragon One said with an ugly expression. The other Dragon Kings looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 1143. Young World, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Crystal Palace. A white-haired old man sat on the largest dragon throne. His forehead was protruding, and his long white eyebrows extended to his chin. The old man's eyes shone with the light of wisdom that could see through the affairs of the world. Dragon Emperor, please give the order. We will go and rescue Dragon Fifth, Dragon One said. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has never been bullied like this. A small holy court wants to ride on our heads. Dragon Emperor, you don't have to do anything. We will definitely rescue Dragon Fifth. There were a total of 7 Dragon Kings in the palace, and all of them were asking for battle. The Dragon Emperor rubbed his long eyebrows and looked at Dragon One. Repeat what you said just now. Hey! The group of Dragon Kings was stunned. Dragon One was puzzled as he recounted Great Shun's development, the enmity between Great Shun and the various dynasties, and the grudge between Great Shun and Dragon Fifth. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth's whereabouts are still unknown. He must have been locked up by Yang Chuan. Dragon Fifth has never suffered since he was young. I'm worried. Dragon One said anxiously. Is Dragon Fifth dead? The Dragon Emperor asked indifferently. No. His life token is still there. A Dragon King said. Since he's not dead, he won't die. The Dragon Emperor said solemnly. Ah! The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. They didn't see what they wanted from the Dragon Emperor's attitude. He didn't listen to my orders. Since he's imprisoned, let him suffer. Only then will he remember, the Dragon Emperor said indifferently. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth is insensible. Doesn't the Dragon Emperor dote on him the most? How can you let him suffer? Moreover, this concerns the reputation of our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Dragon One shouted. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. The Dragon Kings quieted down. Dragon Fifth is the youngest. I know that all of you dote on him, the Dragon Emperor said. The Dragon Kings nodded. However, our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is in trouble. Who knows what will happen? Perhaps Dragon 5th can stay out of this matter. The Dragon Emperor sighed. The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed, and their eyes flickered intensely. Although they were extremely unwilling, they gritted their teeth and finally nodded. A year later, in the true dragon territory, the Great Extinction Holy Court. Pang Tianhe's study. Pang Tianhe looked at the important ministers in front of him. His expression turned ugly. Is there still no news from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Pang Tianhe asked with an ugly expression. Not yet. Holy King, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace doesn't seem to care about this matter, an official said with a complicated expression. Pa. Pang Tianhe angrily slammed his palm on the table. How's Diazhen's development now? Pang Tianhe looked at another official. Fast, terrifyingly fast. Those officials don't look like natives from the mortal world at all. Their ability to control the country's institutions is superb. Some of the officials quickly merged and divided the territories, while others quickly recruited a large number of talents. Diazhen was glowing with a ferocious vitality. The momentum of development is even faster than that of our dynasty, the official said. Pang Tianhe's face turned ugly. Sage King, there are still some internal strife in our dynasty. Once everything is settled, the Great Shan Empire might have already taken control of the other territories. When that time comes, the kingdom war will be even more difficult, the official added. Got it. You can leave now, Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Everyone left, leaving only one person in the study room. Master. That person looked at Pang Tianhe. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. Diazhen. Yang Chuan is indeed a talented ruler. So many fearsome people actually submitted to him. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace actually admitted defeat. What should we do? The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace admitted defeat, but we can't. Since the Jew Palace sent me here, they naturally won't send anyone else to help me. However, it's not like we can't seek help from the Jew Palace. Pang Tianhe revealed a cold smile. Ah, Master, the Jew Palace's rules can't be changed. I have a way because I found another person, Bai Ditien. Pang Tianhe revealed a cold smile. Oh. The Azure Divine King of the Jew Palace took in a concubine more than 10,000 years ago. Do you know that? I know that the Azure Divine King dotes on that concubine to the extreme. However, that concubine didn't give the Azure Divine King any face. Even so, the Azure Divine King still dotes on her. You have to know that the Azure Divine King is also extremely handsome. His strength is also one of the top 5 in the Jew Palace. He dotes on that concubine a lot. Why did that concubine keep ignoring him? Why? Because his concubine had a husband and even a son. Unfortunately, her husband died. I heard that she had a son. However, no one knows if he is dead or alive. No one has seen him. No, perhaps the Azure Divine King's subordinate saw him. Unfortunately, by the time others arrived, his subordinate was already dead. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Master, what do you mean? I've investigated Bai Ditien's past. Ha ha ha, he reincarnated. He's alive again. Who? The Azure Divine King's concubine's husband? The disciples' eyes widened. That's right. The Jew Palace won't send anyone to search for the Genesis Dragon vein. However, the Azure Divine King will definitely be happy to kill Bai Ditien and the others. This is all the information on Bai Ditien. Return to the Jew Palace and personally hand it to the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King will definitely send someone. Pang Tianhe's eyes flashed coldly. Yes. Master is wise. After sending the disciple out of the study, Pang Tianhe glanced towards the east. Great Shan. Pang Tianhe snorted coldly. 5 years later, in the Netherworld. Myriad Ghost Domain. In a manner. Desolation Hua held a stack of information in his hands. A group of people stood before Desolation Hua. Some of them were ghostly cultivators. Great Shan. What a ferocious army. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Li Sai, Yin Hentian, and Yi Feng. Regardless of cultivation, just their methods alone have reached the level of a domain lord. And this group of people are merely subordinates of Great Shen? Desolation Hua took a deep breath and said, Young master, Great Shen is indeed ferocious. The speed at which they expand their territory is like a flood. They are unstoppable. A ghostly cultivator said. Their ability to govern is also extremely ferocious. Talents are constantly being recruited like the tide. Desolation Hua nodded and said, the Holy Court of Netherworld and the Holy Court of Soul's Wrath. Although these two holy halls do not unify the entire domain, they are still two extremely powerful holy halls. Even so, in the face of Great Shen's army, they are constantly losing ground. There are casualties in small battles, but Great Shen has never tasted defeat in large battles. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new domain lord with our own eyes. A ghostly cultivator exclaimed. Desolation Hua paced back and forth in the small courtyard. After thinking for a moment, he said, No, we have all overlooked something. What? Everyone looked at Desolation Hua. We have still underestimated Great Shen. This is the underworld, the world of the dead. Besides Yang Chuan, the rest of Great Shen are living beings. Living beings and dead spirits are basically opposing groups. If Great Shen had countless ghostly cultivators, it would be fine if they could achieve this. However, this is not a ghostly cultivator army, but a living person. Using living beings to enslave dead spirits, opposing forms, they are still able to rule like an iron bucket. This Great Shen is stronger than we imagined. Desolation Hua glared. Ah! The experts immediately reacted. The Holy Court of Soul's Wrath has already lost a third of its territory. The Holy Court of Netherworld has already lost a quarter of its territory. Desolation Hua frowned and said. Reporting, young master, Lord Arsan has returned. A voice came from outside the courtyard. So fast. Desolation Hua was slightly stunned. Let him in. Soon, a man rushed into the courtyard. It was the man who had been sent back to see the old ancestor by Desolation Hua. Arsan, how are you so fast? Desolation Hua asked in surprise. This lowly one saw the ancestor. The ancestor really dotes on young master. He used his supreme power to send me to the world of the living and gave this subordinate a feng shui yin-yang talisman. He asked me to go to Zhenlong territory to investigate. After that, I will come down from Zhenlong territory to see young master, Arsan immediately said. Oh, young master, this is the information I have gathered. This Great Shen is not simple. Arsan immediately took out a long scroll of information. Desolation Hua immediately read it. The information detailed Yang Chuan's life, the sealed world, the war in Zhenlong territory, and even the grudges of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The more Desolation Hua read, the more shocked he became. Desolation Hua admitted that he was a genius, but he had never seen such a stunning person. A mortal undergoing ancient immortal tribulation? All of you, leave first. Desolation Hua said. Yes. Everyone left. Desolation Hua hugged a pile of information and sat alone in the small courtyard, constantly thinking. Yang Chuan's information seemed to have a strong magnetic force, causing Desolation Hua to be unable to move his eyes away. He sat there for 3 days. During this time, Arsan was called over to ask some questions. On this day, Arsan poured tea for Desolation Hua. When he saw Desolation Hua's eyes changed intensely, it finally turned into determination. Arsan, this young master is preparing to go to Great Shen to seek an official position, Desolation Hua said. Ah, seek an official position? A holy court. Young master, what is your status? What is Yang Chuan's status? Even if you go to Heavenly Court, you will have a high position. If you establish a dynasty, even if Heavenly Court doesn't dare to say, it will be easy for you to become a holy king. In today's world, who dares to not give you face? Why do you want to humiliate yourself? Arsan said in surprise. No, you don't understand. Our family is supported by the old ancestor. As for the other bloodlines, my bloodline can only be considered a little more remote. Desolation Hua shook his head. But if young master seeks an official position in a holy court, you will be laughed at by the other young masters. Arslan said worriedly. Laughed at. So what if it's a joke? Will I care about them? Moreover, maybe in the future, I can help the old ancestor. Desolation Hua shook his head. Ah! The old ancestor doesn't need help from others, right? Who can do anything to the old ancestor? Moreover, young master, don't you want to tell the old ancestor? Arslan advised. No need, I have made up my mind. Desolation Hua's eyes were determined. 10 days later. Great Qin City, Central Palace. Desolation Hua stood alone in the Central Palace, looking at Yang Chuan on the dragon throne. The other courtiers looked at Desolation Hua curiously. Seek an official position? No, to be precise, buy an official position. This was the first case in Great Shan. Someone actually dared to buy an official position in Great Shan? And in front of a holy king, how bold. Desolation Hua? You want to seek an official position in Great Shan? Zombie Yang Chuan said indifferently. Chapter 1144. Holy Court of Great Shan, Netherworld, Great Qin City, Central Hall. Desolation Hua? You want to seek an official position in Great Shan? Zombie Yang Chuan asked. Yes. Desolation Hua smiled. Everyone looked at him. What position are you seeking? Zombie Yang Chuan asked curiously. I don't want an official rank or a noble title. I want the position of Great Shan's army commander, Desolation Hua said firmly. Army commander? In the main hall, the officials were shocked again. What a big tone. Army commander? Although it was just a title, it held great significance in Great Shan. After all, there were only 7 army commanders in Great Shan. Although they had different ranks, every one of them was valued by the Sage King. Army commander? What qualifications do you have to be Great Shan's army commander? Yang Chuan asked with a smile. This is my resume. Desolation Hua took out a jade slip. Immediately, a servant handed it over. Yang Chuan started reading with a hint of curiosity. As he read, Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. Descendant of a sage? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Descendant of a sage? Instantly, countless officials in the hall looked at him. This was not just a matter of status, but also a political issue. If a descendant of a sage became a court official, wouldn't that be an alliance with a sage? Yang Chuan smiled faintly and threw the jade slip back. Not enough. Yang Chuan shook his head. Desolation Hua was stunned. Desolation Hua did not see a trace of excitement in Yang Chuan's eyes. The grand ancestor was a sage, but Yang Chuan did not seem to care about a sage. However, Desolation Hua had a strong mentality. Not only did he not resent Yang Chuan, but he also had a trace of admiration in his eyes. He was satisfied with his choice. I know that Great Shan uses its army ferociously. If it wasn't for the fact that it recruited ghost soldiers, the war would have already reached the capital of 2 dynasties. Great Shan is in urgent need of ghost soldiers. Although I am not talented, I have 10,000 undead followers who are both civil and military. My grand ancestor gave them to me years ago. I can provide them to Great Shan as soon as possible, so that the Sage King can manage Myriad Ghost Domain as soon as possible. Desolation Hua. 10,000. Sage King. Everyone in the hall, the officials in hall was shocked. The underworld's the word was the underworld's war was the underworld was Great Shan was the underworld war was the underworld empire war. Living beings and dead spirits were naturally at odds with each other. Although there were many living beings in the netherworld, they naturally couldn't be compared to the number of dead spirits. With 10,000 city lord star on was Hua everyone Hua that is was Hua that. Hua that Desolation Hua raised an eyebrow, feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, he had brought so many benefits. Was it not enough to change the commander? Not enough. Desolation Hua did not get angry. He pondered for a while, then said, I can persuade Sacred King Yushan to surrender. At the very least, I can make him retreat from Myriad Ghost Domain. Oh! Yang Chuan's expression finally changed. Persuade a dynasty to surrender? Even with Desolation Hua's status, It was impossible for a sage king to willingly give up his empire. This was not a matter of status. Was Desolation Hua showing his ability? Yang Chuan looked at people based on ability. Yang Chuan had made an exception for the few legion generals because their abilities were up to par. If he could do that, then Desolation Hua did indeed have the ability to shock the world. Alright, I will ask Meng Tian to stop sending troops. If you can persuade Sacred King Yushan to surrender, I will allow you to become the commander of the 8th Army, Yang Chuan said seriously. This was Yang Chuan's official recognition of Desolation Hua. Whether or not he could become a commander, he had acknowledged him. At the very least, she had that kind of spirit when she was no longer desolate. Thank you, Holy King. Desolation Hua took a deep breath and smiled. Yang Chuan nodded. Also, I have something to offer to the Holy King. Desolation Transformation smiled coldly. Oh! Yang Chuan was surprised. He hadn't even been promoted to an official yet, and he was already bribing people. Bribing the monarch with a subject. Looking at Desolation Hua, Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with amusement. Sigh for the courage of Hua Yuhao. Kwong. Desolation Hua took out a huge coffin. Yang Chuan's expression changed. I've read some information about Da Zhan and know that the Sage King's Dharma treasure is the ancient immortal artifact, the sky-burying coffin. Coincidentally, my ancestor obtained it by chance and gave it to me as a reward. Today, I'll present it to you. I offer it to the Sage King. I hope that the Sage King can bring Da Zhan to the heavenly court as soon as possible. Mournful Transformation said with certainty. Sky-burying coffin? Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Desolation Hua and said, You're so sure that Da Zhan can advance to the heavenly court? Yes, that's why I'm here. Desolation Hua said with certainty. Looking at Desolation Hua, his eyes narrowed. Yang Chuan could already see Desolation Hua's courage. With such a status, he was actually willing to enter the heavenly court as a subject. From the degree of refinement of the sky-burying coffin, it was obvious that he had refined a lot. It should be a commonly used Dharma treasure, but he gave it away just like that. Such bearing and boldness were extremely rare in Da Zhan. If his ability was really as he said, then Da Zhan had really picked up a treasure this time. Yang Chuan waved his hand. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin suddenly emitted a green light, and a ripple immediately appeared. Then, it slowly flew towards Yang Chuan's palm. Desolation Hua's face revealed a look of surprise. The reason being that Yang Chuan was able to erase his seal with a wave of his hand, and completely refine it at a terrifying speed. It was even more refined than he was. No, this wasn't just a refinement. It was as though this was Yang Chuan's to begin with. One had to know that even his old master couldn't have done something so perfect, right? The sky-burying coffin flew towards Yang Chuan. With a sweep of Yang Chuan's sleeves, the sky-burying coffin disappeared. Initially, yours truly did not want to accept gifts from a subject. However, this sky-burying coffin is extremely important to yours truly. Therefore, yours truly shall accept this gift. Yours truly promises to return you an ancestral immortal weapon in the future, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Saint King. Desolation Hua smiled. Yang Chuan's words were worth 1,000 gold. Desolation Hua was clear about that. Furthermore, Yang Chuan had accepted the gift. As the saying went, gifts blind one's hands. Yang Chuan nodded his head. After the morning assembly, the hearts of the court officials could not calm down for a long time. Successfully bribed an official? Of course, everyone could tell that Desolation Hua's bribe was not about status, subordinates, or gifts. What really caught the Saint King's eye was his ability. Bribing an official with ability? Some people were envious. However, what was the use of being envious? They did not have that much boldness. Outside the palace, Desolation Hua's subordinates were also waiting for him. Upon receiving the news of the morning assembly in the central palace, the subordinates were at a loss. Young master, aren't you devaluing yourself too much? You've sacrificed so much just for a chance to become the 8th Army's commander. Just a chance. I don't think it's worth it. What's so good about Diasian? A subordinate said indignantly. Desolation Hua shook his head. There are some things that you don't understand. Also, from now on, I'm also an official of Diasian. In the future, I don't want to hear any of you belittling Diasian. Yes. Everyone could only helplessly reply. Turning back, Desolation Hua looked at the central palace in the distance and took a deep breath. Not worth it. No, Desolation Hua, am definitely not wrong. Desolation Hua's eyes narrowed. Let's go. Desolation Hua shouted. Where to? The subordinates were at a loss. To the capital of the Holy Court. I want to meet the Holy King, Desolation Hua said solemnly. Ah, you're really going? The subordinates were shocked. The front line. Meng Tian's main camp. A group of soldiers stood respectfully. General, we're ready. Sir Li Sai has also recruited enough talents. When are we going to deploy the troops? Yes, General. My spear is already thirsty for blood. The soldiers rubbed their fists and waited for Meng Tian's order. Meng Tian smiled at the crowd and was about to say something. The imperial edict has arrived. A loud shout came from outside, interrupting everyone. Meng Tian immediately stepped forward and led the soldiers to welcome the imperial edict. Soon, a eunuch entered. Greetings to the Holy King. May the Holy King live for 10,000 years. Meng Tian bowed. Lord Meng, there's no need for that. Haha, the old slave is only here to pass on a message. The eunuch said politely. His Majesty has decreed that the Holy Court's army must stop advancing. The eunuch read the imperial edict. Huh? The generals looked at the eunuch in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Tian took the imperial edict. The Holy King knew that Lord Meng would be confused, so he had me bring you a secret letter. He told you not to leak it. The eunuch handed over another letter. Meng Tian quickly read it. Oh. End desolation? Meng Tian was surprised. Myriad Ghost Domain, Miluo City, Star-Scattered Chess Hall. Star-Scattered Chess Hall was a large chess hall. It was surrounded by carved railings and painted buildings, and the environment was extremely elegant. There were many chessboards in the pavilions, making it convenient for chess enthusiasts to play. The chess hall also had a large number of bets, allowing others to bet on the outcome of certain chess players. In a large hall in Star-Scattered Chess Hall, a woman was drinking tea. She was extremely beautiful from the left, but there was a long scar on the right side of her face. The scar affected her beauty, making her look slightly sinister. The woman sat on a chair, drinking tea as she looked at a portrait on the wall. As she looked, she seemed to be in a daze. In the portrait was the Great Shan's 2nd Legion commander, Yi Feng. Hallmaster, bad news. Someone is here to challenge us. A maidservant ran into the hall and said anxiously. When the maidservant entered, the woman flipped her hand and flipped the portrait on the wall. It was as if only she could admire the portrait. What happened? The woman's face sank. I don't know. It started 3 days ago. An extremely powerful chess player came, and he kept winning. Not long ago, he even arrogantly took on 10 people by himself. The entire Star-Scattered Chess Hall is in an uproar. The other chess players stopped playing and went to watch that man play, the maidservant said anxiously. 1 against 10? Who dares to cause trouble in my Star-Scattered Chess Hall? The woman's eyes widened as she stood up. I don't know. This person won, but he didn't want the immortal stones. He put them all into the game. He even said that whoever can beat him will get all the immortal stones. But no one can beat him. He keeps winning, the maidservant said. Oh, right. Miluo Chess Saint and Tianyuan Chess Saint are here. They knew that someone was here to challenge us, so they arrived early. The 2 chess saints are very enthusiastic about you, Hallmaster. The maidservant said immediately. HMPH, enthusiastic? So be it. Come, let's go take a look. The woman said. Chapter 1145. Liluo City, Star-Scattered Chess Hall. A large number of Go players gathered in a valley. This was because a powerful Go player had arrived 3 days ago. This Go player placed his Go pieces extremely quickly and won them extremely quickly. He had played a total of 60 Go games and had not lost a single one. Star-scattered chess hall divided the Go players into 10 levels. Starting from the lowest level, one had to challenge them one by one before one could face off against the strongest Go master. However, this person had killed his way here. At this moment, he was already facing off against the strongest Go master. Moreover, these strongest Go masters were losing ground in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. The other Go players in Star-scattered chess hall all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to watch this person play. Quick, junior brother, over here. Everyone was pushing and shoving. Hundreds of people had gathered in the valley. Furthermore, the news quickly spread everywhere. More and more Go experts in Liluo City came to watch the show. At this moment, a man in white sat in the very center. 10 Go games were arranged in a row in front of him. Each of the 10 Go games had a Go player playing against each other. Smack, smack. The 10 Go pieces were placed one after another. The man in white was also smiling as he tossed black Go pieces onto the Go board. It was as if he did not even need to think. Fast. Extremely fast. The man in white was none other than the commander of Great Shan's Second Corps, Yifeng. Yifeng placed Go pieces without hesitation. However, the 10 opponents were racking their brains. It can't be, senior brother. You told me that someone was playing against 10 Go players alone. I thought it was only against first-grade Go players. How is that possible? Those 10 people, a spectator exclaimed. All 10 of them are top-grade Go players. 5 of them are even the Star-scattered chess hall's Go masters. Star-scattered chess hall's Go masters? 1 against 10, and he's doing it with ease. This person is too abnormal. Hiss. When did such a strong Go player appear in Liluo City? Indeed. Perhaps only Chen Feitian, Liluo Chess Saint, and Heavenly Essence Chess Saint can compare to him. Chen Feitian, Liluo Chess Saint, and Heavenly Essence Chess Saint? Everyone was shocked. Did you see that? Is that pile of deeds God? Everyone looked over and saw 2 subordinates following behind Yifeng. Beside them was a pile of documents. What's that? That's everything that this person has won in the past 3 days. The Star-scattered chess school opened a gambling house at the same time. This person has been winning and betting on himself all this time. He has won almost half of the Star-scattered chess school with just 1 low-grade spirit stone. What? A low-grade spirit stone? You won so much. That's right. Furthermore, no one else is allowed to bet. Only he and the Star-scattered chess hall are allowed to bet. The Star-scattered chess hall has been losing all the way. This time, it's 1 against 10. If we lose, perhaps the entire Star-scattered chess hall won't be able to gamble anymore. Bet against the entire Star-scattered chess hall? Hiss. Everyone exclaimed in surprise as they looked at Yifeng. However, Yifeng did not care, continuing to play Go stones. The 10 Go masters on the other side all felt very anxious. Yifeng smiled. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Chess Saint Liluo is here. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint is here. The crowd shouted. The crowd quickly got out of the way. Then, 2 mortals in their 50s or 60s walked over. One had red hair, and the other had blonde hair. Greetings, Chess Saint Liluo. The crowd called out as they looked at the red-haired man. Greetings, Heavenly Essence Chess Saint. The crowd looked at the blonde man. The 2 were not very handsome, but they looked very imposing. Master, it's that brat. That brat wants to kick down the Star-scattered chess school, a disciple called out to Chess Saint Liluo. Liluo, what are you doing here? Heavenly Essence Chess Saint asked with a frown. Humph. Something happened to Fei Tian's Go Hall. How can I not come? Chess Saint Liluo immediately called out. Heavenly Essence Chess Saint frowned and said, What does Fei Tian's Go Hall have to do with you? It's fine as long as I'm here. Didn't Fei Tian say that she doesn't like that red-haired man? Don't flatter yourself. Humph. You are the one who flatters yourself, golden-haired lion. Haha. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you can marry Fei Tian? Chess Saint Liluo immediately scolded. Humph. The two chess saints snorted at each other. The two chess saints turned their heads away. However, the surrounding people did not care about this scene. This was because everyone knew that the two chess saints adored Chen Fei Tian and had been arguing with each other for many years. Although Chen Fei Tian had a scar on his face, the two did not care about their appearances. It was the same today. When they heard that someone came to kick down the star-scattered chess school, they immediately put down everything they were doing and rushed over. After the two chess saints scolded each other, they looked at the Go board. Go Master Chen Taoyu throws in a Go stone and admits defeat. An arbiter at the side called out. Ha! Sighs rang out in the surroundings. Yi Feng placed another Go stone. The Go Master on the other side already blushed when he saw this Go stone. Blag. It seemed like he had been holding it in for a long time. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. TSK. Playing Go can make someone vomit blood? Amid the crowd's discussions, that Go Master smiled bitterly and threw in a Go stone to admit defeat. Go Master allows it. Throw in a Go stone and admit defeat. The surrounding people held their breaths. Go Master Ju Yunsha throws in a Go stone and admits defeat. At this moment, Yi Feng was losing one Go stone after another. He threw in a Go stone and admitted defeat one after another. His Go skills were too strong. Whoosh. Who is this person? Who is he? Is he so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Yi Feng won a large number of Immortal stones again. This was 10 Go games, and he won all of them. Everyone looked at the star-scattered chess school's housekeeper. The housekeeper had an anxious expression. He did not expect this person to be so monstrous. A total of 10,000 Immortal stones. Let's continue gambling, shall we? Yi Feng said with a smile. 10,000 Immortal stones? The surrounding Go players all sucked in a breath of cold air. That housekeeper showed a bitter expression. That was 10,000 Immortal stones. In addition to the Immortal stones they won earlier, the star-scattered chess school was already struggling to make ends meet. The schoolmaster is here. Make way, a maidservant's voice rang out. At this moment, the gamble was as exciting as the Go games. Before the schoolmaster came in, that housekeeper rushed over. The crowd separated Yi Feng and Chen Feitian. Schoolmaster, I'm useless. The star-scattered chess school has less than 10% of our Immortal stones left, the housekeeper said bitterly. Schoolmaster, I'm useless, a Go master who had just lost said bitterly. Schoolmaster, this person is here to challenge the school. What should we do? A female Go official asked anxiously. If he still wants to gamble, the star-scattered chess school will lose everything, the housekeeper said with a long face. Chen Feitian took a deep breath. He understood that an expert had come today. Feitian, don't worry. With me around, no one can bully the star-scattered chess school. Liluo Chess Saint immediately stepped forward and patted his chest. Feitian, I'll help you vent your anger, the Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also promised. The two Go saints were competing with each other for enthusiasm. Chen Feitian frowned. Yi Feng's voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the crowd. Do you still want to gamble? Yi Feng's voice rang out. Chen Feitian's heart skipped a beat. What a familiar voice. No, it's not him. It's not like I haven't heard the same voice over the years. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The star-scattered chess school has never been afraid of anyone. Chen Feitian took a deep breath and said. As soon as Chen Feitian opened his mouth, the onlookers were immediately excited. The show was about to begin. Liluo Chess Saint and the Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also suddenly turned serious and looked at the crowd. The crowd quickly made way. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng and Chen Feitian met. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, it was as if they had forgotten everything around them. Their eyes were bursting with countless words that they wanted to say. 10,000 years in a glance. Yi Feng and Chen Feitian both felt a stinging sensation in their noses at the same time, but they held back the tears in their eyes. Suddenly, Chen Feitian seemed to have realized something. He could not help but take a step back. A strong sense of panic flashed in his eyes. Fei Tian, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll help you beat him, the star-scattered chess saint shouted. Fei Tian, I'll help you vent your anger, the heavenly origin chess saint also shouted. Yi Feng was a meticulous person. Naturally, he could tell what Chen Fei Tian was panicking about. The scar on his face. That was the scar that disfigured his face for him. Would Yi Feng dislike it? Kid, I'll go back and forth with you. Liluor chess saint stepped forward. I'll do it, the heavenly origin chess saint also rushed forward. Many chess players around looked at the two chess saints in surprise. However, the housekeeper from before laughed. The strength of the two chess saints was extremely shocking. This person was finally going to lose. Sir, what about you? Do you want to continue? Of course, the star-scattered chess hall can only bet 3,000 celestial stones, the housekeeper said with a smile. Yi Feng suddenly shook his head. What's wrong? Kid, are you scared? Liluor chess saint suddenly shouted. If you guys win this round, I'll return all that I've won, Yi Feng said. The housekeeper suddenly laughed. But, if I win? Yi Feng suddenly laughed. What if you win? The heavenly origin chess saint asked. If I win, I want her, Chen Fei Tian. Yi Feng laughed and said. What? Bastard. The two chess saints exclaimed in shock. The chess players around all looked at Yi Feng in surprise. This was more than just a challenge. He was too arrogant. What do you think? Yi Feng looked at Chen Fei Tian. Chen Fei Tian was very clear. He naturally saw Yi Feng's intention. Yi Feng was expressing a kind of determination. Whether or not you have a scar, I don't care. When everyone looked at Chen Fei Tian and saw Yi Feng's gentle eyes, Chen Fei Tian unexpectedly said, okay. That one word shattered the dreams of the two chess saints. How could this be? If this was possible, I would have done the same back then. The two chess saints beat their chests and muttered for a while. Then, they looked at Yi Feng with anger in their eyes. Kid, I'll play with you. I'll kill you. The heavenly origin chess saint said in a low voice. I'll do it. Liluor chess saint shouted. The two immediately started to fight. Chapter 1146. Let's do it together, Yi Feng said nonchalantly. Huh. Everyone around was stunned. Together? This person wants to take on two chess sages alone? The two chess sages immediately felt embarrassed. If you don't want to do it, we'll switch, Yi Feng said directly, not wanting to be long-winded. The surrounding Go players looked at Yi Feng with increasingly strange gazes. Let's do it, the two chess sages immediately shouted. The Go board was quickly set up, and the housekeeper at the side laughed. After all, chess sages represented invincibility. Now that he was fighting two chess sages alone, he was doomed. The surrounding crowd had the same expression. However, no one noticed that Chen Fei Tian was clenching his fists tightly and biting his lips. He was not in a good mood as he stared at Yi Feng without blinking. Clack. The Go pieces began. Yi Feng continued to place his Go pieces at an extremely fast pace. Smack. 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 Go pieces continued to be placed, increasing in number. After about an hour, some Go players could not take it anymore. The mysteries of the Go board made some Go players dizzy just by looking at it. Clack. Clack. However, Yi Feng seemed to be placing Go pieces at high speed. The two chess sages were originally very fast, but gradually, they found it difficult to continue. The two chess sages looked at Yi Feng in shock. However, Yi Feng did not stop placing Go pieces. Pa. Pa. Chen Fei Tian's eyes were filled with conflict. At that moment, his mind was in a mess. Chen Fei Tian was no longer looking at the Go board. Instead, he looked at Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng's focused face, he felt somewhat dazed. Yi Feng was not playing Go, he was healing the wounds in his heart. After half a day, the two chess sages looked up at Yi Feng. This time, the two finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. This person's Go skills were too terrifying. Many Go players around no longer dared to watch. Under Yi Feng's Go skills, the two chess sages seemed to be losing ground. How can this be? Chess Saint Liluo said anxiously. I can't lose. If I lose, I'll fly away. The heavenly origin chess saint was even more anxious. Smack, smack, smack. Chess pieces continued to be placed. Finally, after 2 days, Liluo chess saint and Tianyuan chess saint held onto their chess pieces and could not place any more. They could not place a single piece because they were in a stalemate at the moment. However, if they placed any piece, they would lose immediately. Holding on to the white stones, the two of them were unable to play for a long time. Around them, countless chess players no longer cared about the complexity of the game. Instead, he was just looking at the general situation. Suddenly, a Go player exclaimed, "Look, there are words on the Go board." Words! Everyone was at a loss. However, as soon as their thoughts changed, everyone immediately understood. On the chessboard, Yi Feng actually used the black pieces to place 2 words on each chessboard. I have no regrets in my life. When these words were read out, everyone was stunned. It was really just 4 words. No regrets in life. Was this done by the white-robed man? Furthermore, it was done on the chessboard of 2 Go sages. Placing these 4 words could only mean that this person's Go skills were stronger than those of the 2 Go sages, by a lot. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The 2 Go sages also noticed the 4 words, and their faces immediately turned pale. How could this be? Impossible. The 2 Go sages exclaimed in shock. There was no need to talk about these 2 games. Yi Feng won again. Yi Feng got up and slowly walked towards Chen Feitian. At this moment, Chen Feitian looked at the words "no regrets in life" on the chessboard and could no longer hold back his tears. As Yi Feng walked closer, Chen Feitian took a step forward but quickly took another step back. Yi Feng stepped forward and grabbed Chen Feitian's hand. Chen Feitian cried. He choked on his sobs and was speechless. Let go of Feitian. Letcha, let go. The 2 Go sages exclaimed. The 2 of them had lost. They had lost to Chen Feitian. When they saw Chen Feitian's tears, they thought that he had been wronged and immediately exploded. Boom. The 2 people that Yi Feng brought forced the 2 Go sages back in an instant. They did not allow them to disturb him. Let go of me, Chen Feitian said. Yi Feng did not let go, but his other hand wiped away Chen Feitian's tears. I'm here. You are mine. How can I let go? Yi Feng said gently. I'm already disfigured. I'm no longer beautiful. Chen Feitian cried. No, in my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. This scar. It is the proof of our love. If you want to get rid of it, I will do everything I can to get rid of it for you. Believe me, I'm here. I won't let you suffer anymore. Yi Feng said gently. Chen Feitian gritted his teeth and choked on his sobs, not allowing himself to make a sound. With a wave of his hand, one of his subordinates quickly took out a box. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the box was opened. A human head. It's a human head. Some of the Go players exclaimed. Chen Feitian also looked at the box in surprise. With one look, his eyes widened. This is Zhujiang's head. Back then, he caused you to be disfigured. I've already wiped out his entire family. Yi Feng said gently. Zhujiang was the person that Chen Feitian hated the most in his life. Now that the head was here and his entire family was wiped out, it was as if the flames of hatred that had been burning for many years had finally been extinguished. The husband before him was like a mountain protecting him. Sob. 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 Chen Feitian lay in Yi Feng's arms and cried for a long time. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances in his heart. Yi Feng patted Chen Feitian's back. Deep affection flashed in his eyes. At this moment, even a fool could tell that the 2 of them knew each other. Furthermore, their relationship was not ordinary. You. How can this be? The 2 Go sages were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How can this be? How can Chen Feitian be so gentle? Who is he? Countless Go players in the surroundings were also dumbfounded. Even the housekeepers, maids, Go masters, and officials of star-scattered Chess Hall were dumbfounded. None of them had enough brains to process this. Who is he? Yifeng hugged Chen Feitian. He ignored the crowd. After crying for a while, Chen Feitian seemed to have just realized that they were in public. Her face turned red and she immediately pushed Yifeng away. We've been husband and wife for so long. What are you afraid of? Yifeng said with a smile. Chen Feitian rolled his eyes at Yifeng. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Only then did Yifeng look at the crowd. This one is Yifeng, Chen Feitian's husband. Thank you for taking care of my wife over the years, Yifeng said solemnly. What? Husband? The surrounding Go masters were dumbfounded. The Go players were also at a loss. Chen Feitian's husband? Master Chen has a husband? Everyone was shocked. However, the housekeepers and maids of star-scattered Chess Hall were overjoyed after being stunned for a while. That was because the immortal stones that they had lost earlier were not losses at all. Husband? The two Go sages looked at Chen Feitian. They wanted to ask. Chen Feitian looked at the two and nodded. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. Yifeng nodded and said, both of you, star-scattered Chess Hall has been in trouble over the years. I'm indebted to both of you for your help. In the future, if there's anything that I, Yifeng, can do to help, please feel free to say the word. I, Yifeng, will do my best to help. The two Go sages were immediately discouraged. Chen Feitian has a husband? Then I'm definitely done for. Sigh. At that moment, the two of them did not realize how precious Yifeng's promise was. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.